U.S. production of any auto manufacturer. I think that there were numerous circumstances with Ford. I believe that the Ford, F-150, 250, their big truck series is made out of aluminum instead of steel, which is different than other cars. So I think maybe the aluminum tariffs have hit them harder. We will be negotiating with Canada on those. So, I think with Ford, it's probably been idiosyncratic.
The number we got yesterday for GDP was above expectations. Great sounding number, 3%. But if you average it with the first quarter, many are pointing out it's about 1.2% average GDP growth, which is slower than in the last year. Obviously, the second half will tell the tale, and the big beautiful bill, a lot of those positives, some of the tailwinds for businesses probably aren't evident yet. But there is some, it looks like maybe some lessening of demand. One of the key drivers, I think, is final sales to private domestic purchasers. You probably are more familiar than I am with it. Slowest growth since 2022, and they're tying that to tariffs. I mean, there's a lot of long-term benefits, I think, the president and you see in tariffs. But near term, do you need some other things to kick in, maybe lower interest rates to offset some of the effects of the tariffs?
Well, Joe, maybe you should call the folks over on Constitution Avenue and tell them tell them what you're hearing. That wasn't what Chair Powell said in the press conference yesterday. And I think we have great momentum in the economy. Now that the tax bill is passed, there is great certainty. I think that there has been a big holdback in CapEx until companies were sure that they were going to get the 100% immediate expensing, and then they'll be getting, and that's permanent, they'll be getting 100% immediate expensing for factory structures and ag structures for the next 5 years. So, we're seeing a CapEx boom that started. I think it's going to really accelerate third, fourth quarter. And Andrew and I were out in Sun Valley. A lot of the tech titans out there are talking about the continued AI acceleration, and we're expecting to see that productivity kick in the first or second quarter of next year. So I would expect that we are going to see an economic acceleration from here. And again, if I were the Fed, I would try to think a little about the 1990s Greenspan model, where you saw the productivity kick in from the previous decade's adoption cycle in office technology, in electronic technology. I think there's a good chance we could see a replay of the 1990s, and it's going to take a little bit of imagination, same way Alan Greenspan had.
With AI as well. I mean, one of the best things in the report yesterday, the PCE, 2.5%, that's almost where the Fed wants it to be versus previous 3.5%. So that's down. But you understand, Mr. Secretary, the more that the president or the administration crows about the strength of the economy, that just sort of gives, I don't know, it gives Jay Powell more rationale not to cut at this point. But when you throw in the PCE, along with maybe the average of the two quarters at 1.2, I think it makes it much more compelling. We had a couple of dissents. We haven't had that two of them since 1993.
Well, I also think, I know Chair Powell said at the ECB annual conference in Portugal that the Fed would have been cutting if it weren't for tariffs. And Joe, to your point, we haven't seen any inflation, and PCE is quite nascent. So I'm not sure what the case is here.
But at this point, you figure, when will we hear? That's a good one. So he makes it till May, Jay Powell. Let's assume that. It's not unusual to see an appointment announced I don't know, well before then. Do you have any idea on when we might hear what the president is thinking in terms of Chair Powell's replacement?
I do. I'm going to be.
Can you tell us?
I'm going to be. Sure, Joe. If you could just lean forward, I'll tell you a little.
Oh, that's Connie Chung whispered in my ear. Yeah,
so
that's right.
We are putting together a very good list of candidates, and remember, there are going to be 2 seats opening up. Governor Kugler will be leaving in, I can't remember whether January, February. Chair Powell in May, so there will be 2 seats opening up. I'm putting together a list for President, Chief of Staff to review. We'll be interviewing people. So, I would expect that we could have an announcement by the end of the year.
Is Powell definitely leaving? Because even though his chairmanship is up, his seat, I think, extends a little longer.
Right. His seat extends for 2 years.
2 more years.
2 years. It would be highly unusual for a chair to stay on.
And you're helping with the search, obviously. We shouldn't read into it any like Dick Cheney type stuff, should we, Mr. Secretary? Look, Dick Cheney looking for a vice president, and then lo and behold.
As I keep saying, I think
you would serve.
He likes his job better.
He does.
He says the food's better at the Fed, though.
He might be able to keep that job and have the other job.
The food is better at the Fed, and I can tell you the Treasury building, we run it very well. We keep it in good shape. We don't do any major building projects. We do things as needed, and it's a great historical building.
Mr. Secretary, I have one actually Fed question. Do you think that the Fed chair, because you do have to have the whole board kind of with you, could you imagine actually putting somebody in who has views that are otherwise different than the rest of the group and is therefore unable to effectuate the changes that perhaps the president would be pursuing?
I think, Andrew, that we want the person who's going to do what is best for the American people and for the economy. And as Joe said, we had the first 2 dissents for several decades, so it looks like there's already a schism in the board. So there would be 2 more voters. We would have a majority of the board, but of course then there are the regional governors who rotate their voting status.
Did people misunderstand that some of your comments and extrapolate it to Social Security, Mr. Secretary? Or was that actually something you're thinking about, the privatization?
No, it was ridiculous. I was giving an interview, and I was talking about the $1,000 baby bonds that every American citizen, every newborn is going to get. The Democrats hate this program because it brings capitalism and markets to every American, not just their constituents at the upper end. And over time, the compounding is going to be an incredible supplement to Social Security, not a replacement. It is a complement. And what I said was Social Security will continue as it is. It is intact. Everyone will get their check every month. But it's very exciting to me that there could be a big payout at the end of when people turn 59 or 60 for the first time, Joe, because as you know, bottom 50% of households in America do not have financial assets, and President Trump is giving them financial assets. I believe that the reason you all have the mess you are about to have in New York, Caracas on the Hudson, is because people have given up on a market-based system. And the Trump administration is going to make every newborn a shareholder, and they are going to have a stake in the system. when you have a stake in the system, you do not want to bring down the system. So the power of compounding could mean a big payout that would be a complement, not a substitute for Social Security.
Oh, yeah, that is horrifying. It is, and it is horrifying to some. If you're not beholden to the government, it sort of undercuts a lot of one side's programs, doesn't it? If you're, yeah, that's horrifying. The Secretary?
Well, Joe, the other thing, too, is, I got to say, some of the senators who criticize me are the ones who take the most advantage of, they don't have insider trading rules. So Senator Wyden criticized me. He has he's a statistical aberration. Somehow he has made over 120% one year, over 70% the next year. If he were a private citizen, the SEC would be knocking on his door. Same with the Pelosi family. How does this happen?
That's a good point. It's a good point. Mr. Secretary, we appreciate all the time again that you've given us and hope to see you frequently as we did today. Thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, shares of Sanofi are lower this morning. The French pharmaceutical giant's second quarter profits missed estimates, but revenue topped expectations. The company's also raising its annual sales forecast on strong demand from its anti-inflammatory drug Dupixent. That stock right now off by about 4%. Joining us right now to break it all down is Paul Hudson. He's Sanofi's CEO. And Paul, I have to say, reading through the results, I was a little surprised to see the stock off by 4%. Why do you think that is?
Well, and great to be with you here, Becky, and the team. Our top line outperformed. We're excited about what we're doing with Dupixent and the rest of the portfolio. I think we're a little bit off on EPS, and that was really perhaps an underestimation on what drove that. It was foreign exchange and also a profit share with our partner Regeneron. And to be clear, that is also a function of the great success we're having with Dupixent. So, we're a little bit off. I think underlying, we spent a little bit more in R&D. And that's important for us because, we have one of the lowest generic exposures over the next 5, 7, 8 years in all of big pharma. So, committing to science, committing to what we said we would do roughly around $8 billion a year at guidance puts us in a good spot.
Also committing to acquisitions with some of these too, the latest being Blueprint Medicines. How do you go about looking out there to figure out what makes a good fit for you, what you'd like to see, and how much are you willing to spend on acquisitions?
Well, I think we've traditionally guided to 2 to 5 billion range to add first-in-class, best-in-class science. But, sometimes an asset comes along that you just feel has to really be part of the family here. And the Blueprint acquisition was close to 10 billion euros, but it was driven by a combination of being in the sweet spot in immunology and rare diseases. And, we are perhaps the world's leading rare disease company, and we can bring a lot to advance the great work done by the team at Blueprint. And we can help organize to reach out to more patients who are struggling with mastocytosis. And so we think we can bring a lot of value, create a lot of value. And the team at Blueprint did an extraordinary job. We're delighted to have them as part of the family. I mentioned earlier, this lack of genericization facing our portfolio, lowest pretty much in the entire industry, means we're not compelled to do anything. We don't have to go and make acquisitions to balance the P&L. What we have to do is make sure we're first in class, best in class, and doing our best for patients. And we've been at that for some time now. And I'm very, very proud of this acquisition, plus what it will mean for patients and for the company.
Let's talk about Dupixent, because that is why your numbers were as strong as they were. There's a big demand for the anti-inflammatory drug and new applications. I think the last time you were on with us, we talked about COPD, it being approved for that. Where do you see Dupixent in other potential uses?
Well, it's a great point, and of course, don't forget, nearly 3 million Americans struggle with COPD in the severe category. So we are starting to see the impact of us making that available. We've just recently launched bullous pemphigoid as well. Your viewers may not understand what that is, but just know that's a very challenging dermatological condition, the 8th indication in the US. This medicine is really just going from strength to strength. But here's the thing, even in the primary indication of atopic dermatitis, which patients have really struggled with until Dupixent came on the scene, even in that indication, you have to remember, more than 85% of the patients that are eligible to have it, their disease is severe enough, they're not receiving it. The opportunity to grow further is significant, and very proud of what we're doing worldwide in bringing this medicine forward to patients with our partners Regeneron, of course. But at the same time, our growth rate in the US is, really quite incredible, more than 23% at, more than 8 years after launch. So we're really doing something important for patients, and it's reflected in the performance.
And finally, Paul, let me ask you just about what's happening right now with tariffs, particularly on pharmaceuticals. What's Sanofi doing? What do you think of the discussions as they stand right now?
Well, there's a lot reported, as you know. I think the most popular statistic I see floating around is a 15% impact of tariffs. And if we're to take what's widely reported and appreciate the great work we're doing to prepare for this eventuality, then our guidance for 2025 is unchanged. We'll deliver that irrespective of the level of tariff. But we've done hard work, by the way, to make sure that we can do that. I've tried not to comment every day on the shape of that and the impact of it in general, because, of course, for us, it goes a little bit beyond tariffs to include the 232 investigation and the focus on most favored nation. And I think we need to take a step back as soon as we're able to look at the combined variables and say, okay, where does it leave us? Where does it leave us on predictability so that we can get back to investing in science and get these facilities open around the world, not least the US, and make sure we do good things for patients? I think it's too soon to call it for everybody. We know there'll be something. We're prepared in 25, and as we get the full detail, we'll know what it means for 26. But, we'll do what is necessary to make sure that we can get medicines to patients. After all, for most of us, it's only ever been about lives, not dollars. And we've done a huge amount of work to have an organization that's committed to that. So we'll get there this year. We'll see how the land lies, and we'll deal with it like everybody else, by the way, because the sector has taken quite a bit of pressure over this since earlier on in the year. But we believe we'll be well placed.
Paul, thank you very much. I know you have a call you have to get to. We appreciate your being with us this morning on this earnings release, and we hope to talk to you again soon. Paul Hudson, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky. Pleasure.
Squawk Box will be right back.
With the vision to see what's possible and the grit to make it happen, Morgan Stanley can help create the future only you can see.
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. Ready to get 30, 30, ready to get 30, ready to get 20, 20, 20, ready to get 20, 20, ready to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. So, Mint Mobile Premium Wireless.
Let's check his tongue for steroids.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. 15, 15, but a bit 15, 15, but a bit 15, 15, 15, and that. So,
What brand of coffee do you drink?
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
It's about
for just one look. That's why I'm pumped to drop my new eyewear collection with Zenni. Whether I'm out here grilling, going for a ride, or headed to a premiere, I've got a style for wherever I'm going. Zenni, eyewear for everyone.
Watch the best animation together in one place.
It's the awesomest place on earth!
Yeah! Hulu Animation, your animation destination.
Welcome back, everybody. It's just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan, who's not eating a donut. Andrew is on his way to the New York Stock Exchange.
Half a donut.
Half a donut, right. Among today's top stories, President Trump announcing a trade deal with South Korea, setting blanket tariffs on the country's exports to the U.S. at 15%. Two big earnings moving the NASDAQ higher this morning. Meta beating earnings and revenue expectations and giving a strong current quarter forecast. That stock up by 11.6%. And then Microsoft revealing for the first time ever revenue from its Azure cloud business, which came in at $75 billion for fiscal 2025. We've got more big tech earnings tonight. By the way, Microsoft, with that 8% higher move, now above $4 trillion, only the second company ever to hit that market cap behind NVIDIA. We do have more earnings tonight. Apple and Amazon will both be out after the bell. And design software developer Figma pricing shares in its IPO at $33 a piece. That was above the expected range, the offering raising $1.2 billion, with most of the proceeds going to existing stockholders. We'll be speaking to the Figma CEO, Dylan Field. That's coming up in the next half hour. Right now, though, we want to get over to Frank Holland. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Dom.
Hey, good morning, Becky and Joe. It's actually Frank. I'm here. Why don't we start off with shares of Qualcomm? They're down about 6% despite reporting earnings and revenue that beat estimates. Current quarter guidance also came in above expectations. But you see shares right here, they're falling about 5.5%. That's because some of the business for its handset and business and automotive sector came in later than expected. You can see right here, shares are now negative for the year, falling about 2% for the year. Meantime, Carvana shares soaring more than 15% on better than expected Q2 results. The online used car seller sold a record 143,000 units. That's 40% higher than a year ago. You see shares are up almost 17%. Big spike right here. Also, the company says they expect sales to rise in the current quarter. And this is a quote, as long as the environment remains stable. We can see over here, shares up about 90%, over 90% year to date. We're going to cap things off with shares of AB InBev sinking after reporting earnings. Remember, this is the maker of beers, including Budweiser, Bud Light, and Corona. They reported an unexpected decline in second quarter volumes, weak sales in Brazil and China that weighed on results, while the North American market actually outperformed. Take a look, shares falling over 10.5%. So this is the ninth straight quarter of declining beer sales for the company. You can see shares are still up about 20% in 2025. And again, it is Frank. Back over to you guys.
Frank, thank you. I knew it.
I knew you knew it.
Just slipped.
And Joe was eating a donut. He couldn't help you. It was a glazed donut.
You wouldn't have understood if I tried to do that. But it was funny. Let's get to Frank Holland with
Thanks, Dom.
Hey, Dom.
It's like an Anchorman moment.
You can't make this. Yeah, it was. It was exactly.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Talk about Shake Shack is down despite posting better than expected earnings and revenue. Same store sales up 1.8%, but the street wanted 2.2%. Shake Shack is affirming, though, full year guidance, with the stock down 10.5%. Coming up, flamethrower? That's probably not a understatement or an overstatement for Florida Senator Rick Scott. I'm trying to get him going today, but he's got some serious stuff. New legislation aimed at stopping the Fed from paying banks interest on their reserves. We've talked about this many, many times. You ever look at the money center banks and where the profit comes from? A lot of it can come from this, and it's like, why? It's one of Judy Shelton's big beefs. He's going to tell us about it coming up at 8:10 a.m. Eastern. Squawk Box coming right back.
You put everything into getting it right, from launches to milestones and team recognition. With expert support, quality products, and on-time delivery, 4imprint makes sure your brand shows up strong. Visit 4imprint.com.
Connection lost.
For certain. Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
With Ebglyss. Ebglyss is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results.
Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Ebglyss.
Talk to your doctor about Ebglyss for eczema.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
I can help with that.
Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Taco Bell's new crispy chicken tacos and burritos might make us a chicken place. Then again, tortilla chip coating does give taco place. Then again, our sauces are perfect for chicken. So I guess we're a taco place that's also a chicken place that's also a taco place.
There are times in life you wish you had a do-over. A chance to warp back in time to change your fate. Back to before you made the wrong choice. If you're in a wreck, make the smart choice right away.
Order filled.
Frankel & Frankel. Chosen by the people, feared by the insurance companies. Call Frankel first.
Rain, make it, rain girl, make it.
Apartment 2B?
2B! She's definitely using that Grubhub deal from Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Amazon Prime member? You can get $0 delivery fees on Grubhub. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees.
But there's the futures. Check them out. How many times have we said tech-heavy NASDAQ? I think Mark Haynes used to say tech-heavy NASDAQ.
That's true.
It still is. Let's get more on the markets with our Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. Hey, Dom.
How's it going there, Homer? Look, tech-heavy NASDAQ, it's a tech-heavy S&P 500 now. That's how much things have changed, right? You have the Microsoft's like 8% of the S&P or thereabouts. And in fact, that's what's muscling the index around this morning. We're going to open back above 6,400. There were signs that the S&P 500 was kind of stalling out. We're kind of maybe reaching the extent of this rally, looking some fatigued. The hawkish perception of Powell's comments yesterday had the index backing off, and then we rallied into the close. Why? Probably because you never know what Meta and Microsoft are going to deliver. What they're going to deliver is price indications at the open of together adding $500 billion in market cap. I'll be watching to see whether those moves have coattails, whether it's just going to be a rotation back into tech, or whether it's going to be maybe a broader extra phase of this rally. So take a look here at the NASDAQ 100 ETF relative to the ETF for the equal weighted S&P, the median stock essentially in the S&P 500. That gap is really widening out again, right? So you see the equal weight S&P is more or less, flat, over the last several months, whereas you have this kind of launch in the Mag 7 driven NASDAQ 100. So it's not to say it's at a record level, but we're back to this point where you have high concentration in those Mag 7 names. Another relationship worth tracking is Bitcoin versus gold. It has now moved much more in favor of Bitcoin. Gold actually backed off on that Fed announcement yesterday, and it's flattened out here. This basically shows you, by the way, this was the risk-off period, right, around when the NASDAQ peaked in late February, and then you had the tariff panic. Bitcoin moved with big growth stocks, and gold was the haven. And now you see them coming back together. So obviously, it's sort of revealing every time we see one of these moves how Bitcoin behaves because of the people who own it and what they sort of believe about buying a piece of the future, guys.
Thanks, Mike. That was a donut reference, wasn't it? You were watching.
That's what I was going for. Yeah.
Good. That was quick.
That was quick, and
well done.
It was quick, except I was thinking about it before the break when you guys were talking donuts. So I had it preloaded.
You thought he was going to call you Dom?
I get called Homer and Al Bundy a lot. I'm kind of a cross between. But yeah. I like when Homer, and with the donut, he sticks his thumb in and he brings out. He goes, purple. I guess it's great, right?
The legends of Fox Primetime.
You stick your you do that a lot.
90s, yeah.
But people, what people want to see are your feet. Thank you, Mike. The same guy? Is it the same guy?
I usually send back Danny DeVito's feet.
I know you do. They're disgusting. They got fungus and...
Or hobbit.
Those were ears?
No, those are mine. All right, when we come back, Florida Senator Rick Scott introducing a bill to stop the Federal Reserve from paying banks interest on those reserves. He will be joining us right after this. And PCE inflation data, personal income and spending, and jobless claims, all of those numbers out at 8:30 a.m. We've got the numbers and the market reaction straight ahead.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Keeping your kids on a healthy diet is a full-time job. Haya is here to fill in the gaps and help make sure they're getting everything they need. Join more than 1 million parents who already switched to Haya and get 50% off your first order.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and see how we can cut your bill? Call Consumer Cellular.
Oh, so you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types.
Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles.
So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
Carmen!
Breaking earnings news. Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. Market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Popeyes is getting saucy. New chicken dippers starring Popeye's signature sauce. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
You can have whatever you like. Whatever you
A new bill aims to stop the Federal Reserve from paying banks interest on their reserves. In action, our next guest costs billions of dollars. Joining us now, Florida Senator Rick Scott, who introduced the legislation. It's so arcane, Senator, and we've had this discussion. I don't know if it's been had anywhere else on TV. I'm not sure what it does for rating, obviously, but it's mind-boggling. It's definitely something that economist Judy Shelton has talked to us about quite a bit. Do you know what the actual total amount of profits for the money center banks based on just getting paid interest to hold stuff in their account? Because it's stuff that doesn't get lent out to the private sector. If they just leave it and earn interest on it from the Fed, it's defeating the purpose of even creating money.
You know, Joe, last year it was $186 billion. $186 billion, and 40% of that went to foreign banks. So it really is just part of a problem. You've got a balance sheet now that under Jay Powell is over $1 trillion less than what liabilities are. Because of this paying $186 billion, we had $77 billion of losses last year. We got this office building, which you can't understand, it costs so much. There's no independent inspector general. So it's just this whole process that what's happened is under Jay Powell, it just doesn't work. They have 23,000 people there. What are they doing? Why did, he's trying to control the interest rates for, the short term, long term, everything with the balance sheet. It makes no sense. And they're losing money. Never before were they losing money like this. They should be sending money back to the treasurers. That's what they always did before. So it's just been a disaster. But paying interest to the banks so they don't lend money out to small businesses around the country is wrong.
What's the rationale for? And I'm certain that the big banks aren't complaining. But what's the rationale? Why wouldn't it make more sense for it to be lent out to expand businesses in the private sector?
Well, this started with emergency powers, and when there was the financial crisis back in 2008, and it just kept going. But the rate should be determined not by Jay Powell, but by negotiations between the bank and the Federal Reserve. But the Federal Reserve just gets to decide. So, but right now, you can make plenty of money now as a bank because you get on your reserves you get over, I think it's over 4%, 4.7% from the Federal Reserve. You don't have to take the risk of lending it to some small business guy like I was when I bought my first business, a donut shop, when I was 22. I got the banks to lend me the money to do it. When I built my hospital company, where they took risk when they were lending me money like that. With Jay Powell, they take no risk, make 4+%, honor my deposit when I have money at the bank, pay me way less than that. So, I mean, it's a great arbitrage for the bank, but it's horrible for one, the balance sheet of the federal government. Two, we don't actually know what real interest rates are because Jay Powell's deciding what they are.
Senator, that's what I was going to bring up. You're right. I don't disagree with you that this is emergency funding that needs to go away at some point. But we have a balance sheet that has soared at the Fed and has not gone back down post-financial crisis. You've got this impact. And by the way, this was done to try and give the Federal Reserve more power over interest rates during the great financial crisis. If you were to get rid of this at the same time and maybe try and shrink the balance sheet, I just wonder what would happen to interest rates and to the economy. We don't know entirely. And again, not arguing against doing it, but what do you think happens when and if those two things are put into place?
Well, we'll get to a real market. I mean, not an artificial market. I think, if Jay Powell, it appears when he built up the balance sheet to do it to try to keep interest rates down, well, that caused a massive misallocation of capital. Let's live in reality.
It was Bernanke that built it up.
Say it again.
I mean, it was happening. Building up the balance sheet really happened under Bernanke originally because of the financial crisis. It's just we have not shrunk it back down.
Yeah, but during the COVID, Jay Powell took the balance sheet from like 4.1 trillion to 9 trillion. Why? I mean, maybe for a couple of months. And then he uses this massive balance sheet to actually pay for the capital expenditures of this massive building, rebuilding of refurbishment of these office buildings. So we don't. They don't follow GAAP accounting. We can't even do an inspection of them. They don't even have an independent inspector general. It's just all this together. We're going to have a massive rethinking of how the Federal Reserve operates.
Senator, one of the worst, when we think of the worst Fed chairman, it's usually when you miss inflation or you let inflation get out of control. We go all the way back to what Volcker had to cure. Admittedly, this Fed was too late to raise rates, but at this point, are you on board with cutting in what I'm sure you think the economy's strong, the president and all the president's people, men and women, talk up the economy? That's usually not a time when you would cut rates.
Well, one, I'm really, it isn't outstanding that we had a 3% GDP growth for the last quarter. So what President Trump's doing is actually working. Our economy is growing, and this hopefully is the golden age. The way I think about it, if you stop paying interest on the Federal Reserve, then what will happen is the rates will go where the market is. So
But
here's
in
what I do
general,
know. Let the market work.
So this is a rationale maybe for getting around that argument that rates don't need to be cut. You're saying that if they weren't paying interest to the banks, that rates would equilibrate lower from where they are right now. So that's your argument?
It would be whatever it is. If they, hopefully it would be lower, right? Hopefully it'd be lower. I was with Judy Shelton yesterday. She believes they would be lower.
Okay. All right. What are the chances that this sees the light of day, though?
Well,
the bill.
We have to have a, first off, congratulations to Federal Trump on the 3%. Kevin Hassler was right. So now let's fix the Federal Reserve.
Okay. All right, Senator. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Andrew.
Guys, I have made it downtown to the New York Stock Exchange. When we come back, we're going to do some more from here. I'll explain in a second. We'll talk about the Fed's preferred inflation gauge as well, and the market reaction from Morgan Stanley strategist Mike Wilson. And then you do not want to miss this. Figma set to begin trading right here on the New York Stock Exchange today after pricing at $33 a share. The pomp and circumstance, it's all going on outside the exchange, and lots of excitement about the possibility that this IPO will presage a lot more. The CEO, Dylan Field, is going to join us ahead of the very first trade right here on Squawk Box when we come back.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Leo! Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, it's changed his quality of life.
Leo's number twos are really getting better.
Better poo, better you. That's a good boy, Leo.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for weekend away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. I can help with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Check out shares of Roblox after quarterly results. Revenue on a net bookings basis grew by 51% over the prior year to $1.4 billion. Daily active users jumped 41% to 111 million. Hours engaged up by 58% over the prior year, and new monthly unique payers hit a record. Roblox is also raising its booking guidance for the full year, and that stock is up by more than 18% this morning. By the way, the CEO will join us tomorrow in the 7 a.m. hour.
Robinhood beating second quarter earnings and revenue. CEO Vlad Tenev joined us earlier, talked about the big opportunity in the prediction market in sports.
I think we're up ahead very much in the frontier of prediction markets. It's been growing faster than we anticipated. You know, and that business, we talk about the 9 businesses we have that are over 100 million in annual revenue, and then we have some that are sort of in the getting there, not quite there, but we think they're on track. Prediction markets is definitely one of those.
And Robinhood stock, as you can see, been a great performer over the last 52 weeks, up nearly 170%. Up next, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. We'll be right back.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
Wait, I thought Venmo was for paying people.
Yeah, and for everything else.
Everything.
Everything.
Here they come, yo. Here they come.
You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, but this is where it's at. Hey!
Now you can Venmo everything.
Hungry?
Get the Venmo debit card and get up to 15% cash back.
Everybody listen up. Yes!
You have a little,
Oh.
Hey, you want me to get it?
No, don't.
Nobody knows.
Nobody.
We all know.
How do we get here?
Respect the classroom. All outbursts should be couched in a fake cough.
Who cares?
Thank you, Ike.
Presented by Target. Back to school starts at Target.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Rick Santella here live on CME HQ with the breaking news of the morning. We have jobless claims, ECI, Employment Cost Index, and personal income and spending. Let's start with income. Remember, last month we took a ding, -0.4%. That was weakest going back to the fall of 21. Rebounding up 0.3, a tenth better than expected, and that would come to April, we were up 0.7. Now let's look at personal spending, up 0.3, a tenth light, but a nice reversal before any revisions from the -0.1. Up 0.3 would comp to March when it was also up 0.7. Let's look at real spending, accounting for inflation, up 0.1, exactly as expected. Now let's get to the meat of the matter. PCE, okay, this is month over month, up 0.3 as expected, but that's still a couple of tenths warmer in the rearview mirror, up 0.3. That's the second highest of the year, even though it's the third month, meaning Jan and Feb were both up 0.4. Those are the high readings. This would be in second place, up 0.3. So it does comp to the beginning of the year. So even though it's gone up We've been higher, but it's reversing a bit of a trend. Now, let's look at the year-over-year numbers. 1/10 hotter, both rearview mirror and windshield. That's 2.8. That is the highest reading of the year. It equals March of 24. To find a higher read, you're moving into, yes, the fall of 23 when it was 3%. And if we look at the core month over month on the PCE, up 0.3, exactly as expected. And that would be the warmest since February when we were up 0.5%. And finally, year-over-year core, in my opinion, the most important number, that's 2.8. Also, just like the other year-over-year number, it's a little warmer than expected. 2.8 would be the warmest since February when it was 2.9. Now, let's look at the employment cost index. We're expecting a number. This is the second quarter number, up 0.8, comes in a 10th warmer, up 0.9. 0.9 would equal the second quarter of 24 to find a higher number here in the first quarter of 24 when it was 1%. Initial jobless claims, 218,000. Now, that's a low number. We're expecting a number about 9,000 higher than that. 218,000 follows 217,000. These are awfully well-behaved numbers. And finally, continuing claims, another week above 1.9 million, 1,946,000, all congested. You know, I suspect that some upside pressure was there for some of the slightly hotter PCE numbers, but it also seems to be, to some extent, something to pay attention to, that the market did not really climb aggressively. We're up about 1/10, about 1 basis point in a 10-year at 434, but that's still down almost 3 basis points on the session. So even though these were a little warmer, once again, I always like to look at, there's both the trend direction of inflation, but there's also where we have been. And in every instance of higher than expected PCE, we have had higher numbers recently. Joe, back to you, buddy.
Rick, in the Journal, pointing out that the personal consumption expenditures index in the GDP report, excluding food and energy, that's an inflation measure most watched by the Fed, was 2.5% versus 3.5% in the first quarter. So that was cooler than thought. This is a little bit hotter. The core PCE is a little bit hotter.
Yeah, a little bit. And once again, Joe, it's bumpy. See, the real issue is, I know that some are going to look at the higher than expected numbers, and that's fine. But what I look at is, when you look at this last mile, as we've been calling it, with regard to trying to get the inflation numbers from various, whether it's CPI, PPI, PCE, all of these places that we look to try to quantify inflation, they get bumpy in this last mile. And I really think the bumpiness is going to continue. If you look towards Europe, their numbers are coming down, and I suspect that we will be coming down as well. I think the post-COVID hump in inflation is just a little bit bigger hump in the U.S. than it is in other countries that weren't as aggressive on the spending side during that 2-3 year period.
All right, thanks, Rick. Steve Leisman joins us with more. So you average the two GDPs, Steve, you get, as we said, 1.2. So everybody in the world says we won't know what kind of GDP year we have till the second half. Do we have any idea what the second half looks like when we don't know exactly how policies and deals and tariffs and everything else are going to work out? Can we make any guess at all about the second half of the year?
No, but you have to, right? I mean, that's really the problem here, is you've got to try to figure it out. What I'm looking at in June is on a real or inflation-adjusted basis. I just want to double-check. Consumption, inflation-adjusted, up just 0.1. It's better than the decline we had in May, but still pretty weak. And then income is also a flat line on the zero line there, Joe. And then you have inflation kind of ticking up or going the wrong way. And the reason for what you were saying, well, the quarter came in actually a little hotter than most economists I'd seen, and that's why people were concerned with what they got today, which was a little bit hotter than the market expected on the year-over-year, and also than the Fed, because Powell gave us his number, so it's 1/10. The problem is it's kind of going the wrong way. That's really the trouble. I'm looking for one number I don't quite have yet. Let's see if it updated here. This is, hang on. Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking for that ex-housing number. I don't have it in front of me yet. But in any event, it's something to watch. Services is a key to what's happening, whether or not it's offsetting some of the goods inflation we're seeing in tariffs. So, Joe, things are settling down in the sense that we probably have a sense that average tariffs are going to be 15% rather than the 10% we thought, with some exceptions along the way for different sectors. But whether or not that remains the case is something you have to just kind of say, okay, and how consumers, retailers, importers, exporters react to that, that's what people are puzzling over, and why it's so hard to kind of say, all right, we're going to cut rates now because we know exactly what's going to happen.
All right, great. Thank you, both Rick. All I see is Steve, but thanks, Steve.
All right, let's bring in Mike Wilson. He is Chief Investment Officer and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist for Morgan Stanley. And Mike, just on these points, you're not worried about inflation, at least in regards to what it means for the markets.
Well, that's right. And I mean, we're just going through all these numbers. It's like, you know, alphabet soup, all these different measures of inflation. And so what we do as equity strategists and investors is we look at earnings. Earnings, you know, tell the story you need to pay attention to. And there, it's a straight line up, right? We've talked about this numerous times on the show. You know, earnings revision breadth is a V-shaped recovery, okay? So in other words, companies are dealing with what's going on right now. Does that mean it's going to continue to be at this pace? We don't know, but that's a good leading indicator for what earnings are going to be doing over the next 6 to 12 months.
And the reason you think it is not affecting margins to this point, and it won't affect margins from here, I guess, is the bigger question.
Well, I think the bigger point is that in the first quarter, earnings revision breadth was terrible. We were talking about that. That was a function of a bunch of different things. And then tariffs, the threat of tariffs and around Liberation Week is when the revisions literally plummeted. So what's going on now is you're just getting a reflexive move off of those lows. And I think people are looking backwards on this issue, and the markets are already past it. Does that mean that tariffs are not going to affect trade? They're not going to affect, you know, GDP growth and things like that? Of course it is. But the market has already discounted all that in the first quarter for the most part. Now we've discounted a lot of recovery. So that's probably the bigger risk now, is that the stock market is once again trading ahead of the average person, and they figured this out. So could we have a pause in here of some kind in the third quarter? Sure. But I'm getting more confident that our earnings numbers are probably too low now for 2026.
And that's the reason you think that this is not your average run. You've actually, I think, what is it, 7,400 you think that the S&P could get to? It's a gain of more than 12% from here over the next 12 months?
That's right. 7,200 has been our bull case. And what we said recently, and what we said recently is that we're leaning more towards that case because that's an earnings story. You know, and that was our call 6 months ago as we laid this out. We said, look, the first half's going to be tough. They're going to kitchen sink it. They're going to do all the negative growth stuff, and then they're going to flip the switch. They just did that faster and more violently than we expected. So now that second half story is playing out even quicker. But it gives us more confidence that the earnings story looks pretty good on 2026.
I mean, you look at the Mag 7 effect on the S&P, doesn't it have the same effect on overall on earnings? It must have an outsized effect.
Absolutely.
And is AI started with what we saw from Meta and Microsoft and others? Is it happening faster than we thought? And you could boost 2026 earnings estimates based on AI catching fire even more than it is, couldn't you?
This is probably 50% of our view for next year, which is that, I mean, the big mega cap companies are actually the most facile. They know how to use this data better than anybody, right? So let's just take a look at last night. We have these companies growing 20% top line, and they're cutting employees. Right, so that's a sort of a premonition to what could happen next year.
And it's like numbers that you look at. That's what I said. Mark Zuckerberg, he was at Harvard, like screwing around, and their revenue in a quarter is like, I forget what it was. It was like 40 billion. Yeah, it's mind-boggling, and they made $18 billion of profit.
Yeah. Now they're not generating. I mean, they are generating. I think that's probably a good example where they are generating a higher ROI, but we're not seeing a huge revenue impact yet. This is still a cost-cutting efficiency technology. But the big exciting part for next year is, can we see that technology now diffused into the broader economy?
Well, this is what I was going to ask you. You said the big guys can handle this. What about smaller companies? Because small businesses make up the majority of employee growth in this country.
And that's why we've been less bullish on the smaller names, because they don't have the scale. They also don't have the ability to mitigate some of these tariff issues because they don't have the supply chains, sort of locked down. But I'm getting more optimistic that maybe we could see solutions pushed out to a wider group of companies. That's probably a fourth quarter call, first quarter call. And the other variable, of course, is the Fed, who remains on hold. And that also, higher rates is a headwind for the smaller businesses.
And I guess that gets you to this question of whether you have a have and have-nots economy and whether that dual economy is going to eventually impact the broader stock market or not.
Well, that's our hope. I mean, like, that's what we're getting more excited about for 2026. We actually can see that now. We've been out of consensus, sort of bearish on small caps for 4 years now running. And it's been right, but those calls eventually flip on you. So I think that the two things we're looking for is the Fed to get, actively more dovish on rates specifically, and then we'll maybe see some of this technology start to get diffused. Now, don't forget that most of the economy, the private economy, has been in a recession or a soft recession now for the better part of 3 years. And this is part of the tax plan change, right? Is you're trying to move, the mix of the economic growth is shifting from government, okay, to private companies. And that allocation process should pay dividends in 2026 and 2027 on the earnings front.
Mike, thanks for coming into studio.
Great to see you.
Good to see you, too. All right, let's get over to Andrew. He's at the New York Stock Exchange for a special interview. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Dom.
Thank you, Becky. Software design company Figma getting ready in a very big moment to go public right here at the New York Stock Exchange. The company has 95% of Fortune 500 companies as clients. If you booked a place to stay on Airbnb or called for an Uber or maybe used Netflix, you have, in one way or another, actually used their software, and you probably didn't even really know it. CEO Dylan Field is going to join me in just a moment to talk about the company's future as they await the first trade this morning. That big interview coming up right after a quick break. Squawk returning after this.
You did it. You took an idea on a napkin, built a successful business, and made it look easy. But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. The hard work, self-doubt, tough decisions. From all those extra hours to finally enjoying the rewards. Our wealth management team is always here to work with you and every generation to come. Because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
You'll find them in cities, towns, and suburbs all across America. Millions of Americans who have Medicare and Medicaid but may be missing benefits they could really use. Extra benefits they may be eligible to receive at no extra cost. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get extra benefits too through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a plan in your area and to see if you qualify. With the Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan, you could have doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Plus, most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get $1,200 a year. That's $100 each month to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and more. Your allowance is conveniently loaded onto a prepaid card each month. And whatever you don't spend gets carried over to the next month. Plus, you could get other important benefits. Most plans include dental coverage with $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage, including eye exams and a yearly allowance for eyewear, even hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. And you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions, even brand name ones, all year long. You'll also get $0 copays for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. And you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. Best of all, if you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be eligible to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan right now. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra benefits. A knowledgeable licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. This morning, design software maker Figma going public today right here at the New York Stock Exchange. It is a very big deal, and It's a big deal for this market and the future of IPOs as well. Joining me right now, first on CNBC, is Figma's co-founder and CEO, Dylan Field, and it is great to see you. And it's very exciting to see you because you founded this company in 2012, and I feel like I've watched this whole company just emerge over the years. And in particular, this is a special moment because there was a moment just a couple of years ago where you had tried and planned to sell yourself to Adobe. It didn't ultimately happen, and now you're back here. What does this feel like after that whole roller coaster ride?
Well, first of all, just a huge thank you for being here with us today and for having me. I'm just so thankful to be here with a team, with our community outside and inside the building, and it's going to be a remarkable day. It's not just Figma going public today. Design is going public today. And yeah.
I was going to say, so for those who don't know, just that we're uninitiated, explain what Figma is to folks.
Absolutely. So Figma is a platform that helps you go from idea in your head to digital product. And we try to do all the steps of that product design and development process, whether it be whiteboarding and brainstorming, slides, and making it so you can create presentations. Figma Design, our flagship product, allows you to design visual screens. We have ways for people to go from design to development, and ultimately, in the case of websites, ship real websites out there and publish them, and many other areas as well. We're also focused on now shipping marketing assets at scale. And I think the product that we're even most focused on right now is Figma Make, which allows you to go from prompt to working app all in Figma with your Figma designs as part of that prompt.
So the valuation for this company, $19.3 billion. It was oversubscribed. We'll see where it lands later today. What was that like for you? Obviously, you tried to sell the company for $20 billion, so it's sort of this... Now, I'm just actually curious on a very personal level, sort of watching all of that unfold, what that was like.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing to remind myself of, the team of, is share price is moment in time. We're gonna see all sorts of behavior probably today, over the weeks ahead, and I'm not gonna say it's just noise. You can't tell people that don't look at the elephant in the room. There's an elephant in the room. It's dancing. It's drunk. But I think at the end of the day, what's really important here is that we control the inputs. And so what I've been talking about with the team is we have to stay focused, stay on mission, listen to our customers, and really keep our priorities in mind, because this is such an opportunity. We have such a moment here, not just with today at the New York Stock Exchange, but in this greater moment to really impact the way that people do design. And I think that, the thing that I have really stressed to the team, and we've had a thesis on for a decade now, way before anyone was talking about AI, was how design is the differentiator. As all these inputs to software get cheaper, more accessible, design and craft, that's how you stand out in an ever-increasing world of competition for software. And the more that we can help people compete and make it so that their companies, their products are more valuable, the more we can bring more people into that process and help designers take the lead, lower the floor, raise the ceiling. That's what we have to do.
As you know, a lot of companies are staying private for longer. Something you actually referenced in the S1. What was the idea behind going public? Why do this now? What's the rationale?
Well, I mean, perhaps some companies will stay private forever. For us, we looked ahead and said, okay, at some point we're going to be a public company. And the question is, well, why not now? And I think that it creates great corporate hygiene, hygiene that we're doing already, but obviously the markets keep you accountable to that. And I believe that this is a way for our community to be part of Figma, and I have it in the banner outside, design is everyone's business. That doesn't just mean that now you can invest in Figma in the public markets. It also means that everyone needs to care about design. This is the way you win or lose if you're running a software business. And I'm really excited to be able to help our users there.
We've been talking all morning about AI, given the new massive spending numbers we saw out of Meta last night and also Microsoft. What are you going to ultimately have to spend on AI, and what does that therefore do to the business, at least in the short term, and what does that look like in the long term?
Well, we'll go through an investment cycle where we are focused on making sure that we serve our customers. And I think that, think products like Figma make, obviously they have inference. We published our pricing on that last week. And I think that there's just so much more we can do here. And so I keep telling our team about the opportunity ahead. We were talking earlier before this interview about how these models are almost like a compass in this like hyperdimensional latent space that you're flying through, and it's like a spaceship. And how do you navigate that? And if we can create the right ways for people to see the entire idea maze of all the directions you go for design, help them navigate that maze, then ultimately give them a way to add their own human craft, I think that's the way that we will help people really stand out and make their products truly extraordinary.
You folks, though, and maybe this is a broader question about AI generally, in terms of making it math out, and when I say math out, meaning make it profitable. Right now, every prompt that goes through any of these LLMs is a money-losing proposition for the most part. The question is, when do you think the lines, if you will, cross?
I don't think it's always the case, actually.
Okay.
I think it's the case for some companies, and certainly there are a big set of companies that's true for, but I don't think that's going to be our equation here. That said, there's going to be a lot more AI models in the world. Open source is very impressive, and I believe that various foundational model companies will continue to decrease costs as they add new models.
Do you worry at all about your own moat, meaning that one day I'll be able to sit with an LLM and try to recreate Figma, or is that insane to think?
It's interesting because we're in this moment where, you might, if you're singularity pilled, go, hey, super intelligence is coming and it'll be able to do things that no human can do. I have a harder time believing that we're going to approach that really quickly right now, but that doesn't mean it's out of the picture. It definitely is the case that there are so many ways we've optimized Figma. We've had to create a very complex graphics engine, as well as scale a multiplayer real-time service over a decade. And I think that that's not stuff that you can learn from looking at code and sort of various places on the internet. It's not part of the pre-training data mix. And I believe that not only that, but doing that at scale, it's quite difficult. But more importantly, I get excited about just the collaboration on our platform and making that collaboration really strong, especially as more people enter the process. And that, I think, is a moat in itself.
For those investors who are watching the broadcast this morning saying, do I want to own this stock, and how should I think about the stock? I'm sure the bankers sat around and said, what's our comp? Let's comp us against, should we be comped against Adobe? Canva is a private company. They have their own comp. What do you think is a fair way for the investor class to think about your company?
The investors will figure that out for themselves. I have no comment there.
Well, let me ask you a different question, and actually it has to do with comp, but in a different way. Compensation. You have a very unusual, I don't know if maybe it's no longer unusual, but structure. It's actually somewhat like what Elon Musk was doing with Tesla in terms of these sort of, they call them shoot the moon sort of targets that include valuations. How did you decide to do that? How do you think the investors should think about that?
Yeah, this is something our board proposed, and I was very grateful for it. And, we kind of obviously went back and forth about sort of the implementation and how we go about it. But I think that it creates many incentives that are very shareholder aligned to make Figma important and business that really creates value for our customers. And so that's what we'll be focused on.
And then final question, you're going to have some cash when this is all done, not you personally, the company. M&A, deal making. Are there companies, I know Adobe wanted to buy you. Who do you want to buy?
Well, on this transaction, it's kind of a weird one, but we've had so much cash in the balance sheet from rounds we raised but did not use, the cash we generated, as well as the breakup fee from that transaction, that mostly this is a secondary transaction. There's just a little bit of primary, and it's actually used to really fund taxes as part of the whole release cycle.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't say today is a change in that. But as we talk about M&A, yeah, one thing I put in my founder letter is expect us to take big swings. Maybe that's on AI, maybe that's with M&A at scale. And I thought it was really important for people to know that. I still do, because obviously M&A, if it's done well, is often misunderstood. It can create volatility, and we don't have a plan for that right now. We're always looking. But if it's helpful, here are the 3 criteria that we would need to meet in order to complete a transaction at scale. Number 1 has to be obviously an incredible asset, incredible team. Number 2, it has to be culturally consistent, or at least culturally consistent, preferably a culture add. Number 3, it has to be something that's going to be a top priority moving forward. So that's what we look for at a minimum as we consider M&A.
A one-time Teal Fellow, now IPO. It's great to see you. Thank
Great
you.
to see you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations. You bet. We're going to send it back. We'll be back after this.
Something amazing is happening here. Teams have more power to withstand outages. That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, your organization has the power to do more than keep the lights on. Make amazing happen. Schneider Electric and CDW.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of over 50 low-cost ETFs is backed by 150 years of active management expertise. Explore PGIM ETFs today.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
I can help with that.
Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
It's getting saucy. New chicken dippers starring Popeye's signature sauce. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Hulu has live music. It's time to dance. From the best seat in the house, your living room. Lollapalooza. Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Dove Whole Body Deo. Let your body body.
Kraft mac and cheese. The one and only.
More tech results after the bell today, but that NASDAQ move. Great earnings, both Microsoft and Meta. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Bye, Dom.
Andrew.
Bye, Dom. Bye, Andrew.
Still making fun of
Yeah, we're still talking about Dom. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Stalking the Street is next. Toss it to
It's been a stellar year for a number of tech IPOs, and Figma is trying to jump on the bandwagon. The software design software company set to go public here at the big board today. Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber alongside Jim Cramer, and we are live from Post 9 at the aforementioned New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures. We're looking for a higher open when we get started with trading 1.5 hours from now on the strength of earnings that we are going to spend a lot of time talking about. And what am I talking about? Well, that's where our roadmap starts. Microsoft and Meta. They are both soaring in early trading, and this in the back of their blowout earnings, strong guidance. Microsoft, by the way, is going to have a 4 trillion, 4 handle in front of a trillion for the first time ever, and that will join NVIDIA in that club. fresh inflation data shows core prices edging slightly higher year on year. This as two Fed governors go against the decision to hold rates where they are. That's the first time we've seen two dissents since 1993. President Trump announces a trade deal with South Korea, expected as well to meet with Mexico's president today. This as we approach, of course, the August 1st tariff deadline for a number of countries, a number of deals done as well. But we got to get to earnings. That's where this market is focused right now. And let's start with Microsoft, Jim. Then we'll get to Meta. Time allowing, we'll try and get through so many others.
We have to, because it's really the biggest day of the year, frankly.
Yeah, and Microsoft, I mean, on every measure, Azure, 39% and pointing to 37% growth for the first quarter of this year. And it goes on from there in terms of what AI is doing for the company and so many other things.
Yeah, I think that it's hard for people to understand, unless you follow this in granular fashion, that just a few quarters ago, we were thinking that this business was going to decelerate. Decelerate meant that you didn't have a great company. You had a company that theoretically could be well behind Amazon Web Services. You start thinking about whether it was like a Google Cloud level. Now it's been a dramatic acceleration. These guys are competitive, and they don't necessarily give the air of competition, but this is just a gut check on everybody else because this is so extraordinary.
Yeah.
Now, we do have Amazon.
We do, and it's funny you went there right away, but you and I tend to think alike. We do have Amazon coming, and there is going to be a focus. We're going to get back to Microsoft in a moment, but AWS, of course, which was the first, which is still the biggest in terms of cloud. You know, the buy side or sell side's around expecting 17% growth. So I'll put a question to you, which is, given this number from Azure, do expectations for AWS have to go higher? And if they're not met, is that going to hurt Amazon stock when it reports?
But Brian Olsavsky's the CFO. He'll give you a good read, but I remember a fight that I had with him a couple years ago where they were going from 12 down to 10. So it's starting to go in the right direction. The numbers are so huge. Is there share take, or is there just more to the cloud? If there's more to the cloud, then I think that Amazon will be fine. But this acceleration of a company this old,
the re-acceleration, right, of Microsoft as well,
incredible. And you know, Amy Hood, who's the CFO, is going over it, and she's an amazing CFO. But she approaches things as she approaches life, in a very matter-of-fact way. And in my life, I mean, just say, if you get her off the desk, she says, "Look, we're doing 37. People thought we were doing 32," and you'll say, "Are you kidding? I mean, that's amazing." You'll say, "No, actually, the team's working hard." And it is just done in such a, let's say, a carefree way that they sound like, well, you know what, we accelerate a little. There's no pride. There's total humility. It's a remarkable company. I have to tell you, I was struck last night because I know Amy for a long time. I just said, I'm proud to know her. I mean, I felt like, you know, HOF, Hall of Fame, proud to know a Hall of Famer. And I want people to understand that, you know, Mark Zuckerberg's already in the Hall of Fame. These people are playing. These are in the Hall of Fame and they're playing. And Zuckerberg, obviously, at Meta, which was another extraordinary.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a moment. But let's not move off from Microsoft. The numbers alone, as I like to point out to our viewers time and again with these companies, the numbers alone are just staggering. $128 billion in income, up 17%. Revenue for the quarter, that was the year, by the way. 34.3 was the quarter. Revenue, $76 billion, up 18%.
These numbers are just...
And by the way, 400 data centers in 70 regions. And again, I'll come back to Azure. But, Jim, anything, is there, I mean, what is an appropriate price then? We're seeing the stock maybe up as much as 8 or 9% when we open 25 minutes from now. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that one makes sense. Meta makes no sense whatsoever. That's way too cheap.
Way too cheap.
Way too cheap. It's 6-7 turns in multiple. I think that stock is way, way too low. One of the things that I think is a key of... I don't know, I'm going to say something that I think just shocked me. Cloud demand is outpacing supply.
That's now, Microsoft saying that.
Yes, so in other words, they're spending fortunes, and everyone says that, oh, they're spending too much, and that was the bear narrative, but they're not spending enough.
Yep.
And there was a question in the call about whether they how much they're spending, and every dollar seems to be producing a tremendous amount of revenue.
Yeah.
That's very unheard of. The leverage of this company is extraordinary. Now, if I were Jensen Huang, I'm not as worried about H20 today as I am thinking, well, I better start producing more.
These guys just need everything I can
They
give
need
them.
everything.
I mean,
Look, it's a very joyous story.
So many notes out, as you might expect, and almost all of them positive, of course.
Yeah. The revenue guidance.
I saw KeyBank here. The Azure segment produced roughly $500 million and $700 million of upside to guidance in the last 2 quarters.
What did Key do in their
The
rating?
equivalent of finding a Monday.com in your couch cushions.
I like that.
But they basically say what so many others are. Upside like this means the costs of supporting the Azure business won't be debated that much anymore.
Look, you're reading these things. God, I always just feel like, you have to use like a sports analogy. I don't know how else to do it.
Yep.
I mean, this is a run the table. This is a Ted Williams call. We're going to have a Joe DiMaggio call when we get to Meta. I need people to understand that these companies are incredible. They're American. They're not celebrated enough. They're making people big money. And we talk about the Fed and the renovations.
Sure
Give me Restoration Hardware.
I'm not sure they're not, not celebrated
enough. No, I'm just saying we can God, a J-Pal, give me a hard hat. Or look at these companies and what they're doing. These companies are so much. Do you remember when we were only good for soda and movies?
Was there a period where that was
1983.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet I could find a couple of things we were so good for in 83.
Go back to the Business Week cover. We were good at soda movies.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, we're still good at soda and
pathetic
movies.
parody of a country.
Yeah,
we're
still
just so good. And by the way, these guys are running at a pace where they're so scared. They run so scared. I mean, even Zuckerberg. I mean, he's like saying,
let's move on to Meta.
Do you think so?
Yes. What?
You ready?
I'm ready to move on to Meta.
Okay, sure.
That's going to be an all-time high, most likely. Of course, owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Better than expected results across the board. Ad revenue growth, by the way, was over 20%. AI, we talked about it a lot at the desk here, what AI has done to so many of the tools and what it means in terms of the poor ad agencies and the likes who once had a role there.
Oh, they throw him a bone. They threw him a bone.
Zuckerberg says he plans to continue his company's AI spending blitz well into next year, although they're still at 72 billion. Let's not forget Microsoft approaching 100 billion in CapEx.
Yeah.
Meta around 72. Alphabet went from 75 to 85 billion. These guys are sort of hanging in there, Jim. All right, now it's your time.
It wasn't retrospective. It's disappointment.
Give me your take on this, and of course the third quarter guidance as well, which becomes very important here.
Okay, let's say you and I started at, I don't know, institutional investor at the same time. Okay.
Yeah.
If I could have the Meta superintelligence of me, I'd crush you. The race to be able to each have Meta superintelligence, to be more than you are, will be extraordinary. If anyone in your class has superintelligence, you better get some superintelligence.
Zuckerberg did speak about superintelligence yesterday on that Instagram post that I know we all watched as well. Sort of a different approach, but here's what he had to say on superintelligence on the conference call last night. Take a listen.
Developing superintelligence, which we define as AI that surpasses human intelligence in every way, we think is now in sight. Meta's vision is to bring personal superintelligence to everyone so that people can direct it towards what they value in their own lives. And we believe that this has the potential to begin an exciting new era of individual empowerment.
Yeah. Okay, individual empowerment. That's what's coming. You're going to be wearing the glasses, and that's going to empower you to do all sorts of things and be a super intelligent human.
Well, he did say near the end of his the question and answer that is the best way to be able to get AI is the glasses. Now, when I've used the glasses, they're very exciting. Like you can look at something and say, "Tell me what it is." I mean, you can go birding, you can go trees. You know, if you're like peaceful and serene, which is not me, I didn't care at all about that.
No.
But I did find that what was exciting about this
kind of interesting right now. You're up against Zuckerberg's Instagram there, the two of you. I like that. The framing of that. Very interesting. That was his 2.5 minute Instagram post from yesterday on the same topic. Yeah.
There's something that he did not emphasize that I wish he had. A small business looks like a big business for them. You write them a check, and they come back with something that makes it so you have incredible sales. He's become the best friend of the small business person, and he does it in a very quiet way. Again, these people are so not showmen. Okay, they're just not showmen. And showmen and women. I love the quarter.
All right, Moffett Nathanson, let's see. Revising 2025 revenue growth upward by 400 basis points to 20%. 2026 revenue growth now goes up by 500 basis points, 5 percentage points to 18%. And they have 2027 revenue growth now at 15%. So what's an appropriate multiple for top-line growth? And by the way, who knows if it goes 20, 18, and 15% over the next 3 years?
Well, look, I mean, you can look at Bank of America says it should be 900. J.P. Morgan says 850. Morgan Stanley is a target of 850. These are all substantially away from where it is. And I would think that it has to take out those targets. So I'm going to say, why don't you give it a 30 multiple on 20, I don't know, on $28.7.
Okay. All right. I like your math there. It's working.
Look, by the way, Susan Lee, why does no one talk about her? The CFO.
Yes.
Extraordinary. Puts everything in perspective, again, in a calm way that makes you feel like, oh, it's a ho-hum quarter. These people are, again, the humility of these companies is very impressive.
Now, that said, Meta is sort of restarting its efforts when it comes to certain parts of AI. They've had the open source Llama large language model. They just brought in Alexander Wang to run all of this, paying $14 billion for 49%
cheaper than any price
of his company. It's unclear what the rump that's left is going to be able to do. But
and you know, look, I'm on all these sites. Meta AI, I've stopped including that into my pastiche, not mosaic, of guys I use.
Yes.
And frankly, we had a little bit of dispute yesterday on the show. I was trying to get the increase in Chipotle burritos and bowls from 2019 to 2025, and I mentioned Grok, and I was largely upbraided by my team as saying you can't use Grok, you can't use any of these, and they were right. They're just wrong too often, and that's something that Zuckerberg wants to correct. I mean, he just wants to spend money, and he's right.
And obviously superintelligence, which apparently is getting closer and closer.
Well, David, say it.
Key point, by the way, or AGI is a key point for OpenAI. This relates to Microsoft. They are still trying to figure out their ownership structure for the new OpenAI. The clock is ticking on that. They've got till the end of the year. And remember, the SoftBank funding also would need to be separately restructured if they don't get to that new structure that they need to in terms of what's Microsoft really going to own here, and are they going to figure it out?
Not clear. Now, I will say that after listening to all these companies, those who know how to prompt are those who are going to win. Now, maybe superintelligence would help you learn how to prompt, but if you, like, let's say you go in this morning and I went into one for Confluent, which is down big. What's the problem with Confluent? They all give me different answers, and that's because I said, "What's the problem with Confluent?"
Instead of being much more specific.
Right, and that is, that's the newbie way to do it.
Yes, you need to know how to prompt, Jim.
Right, you have to learn how to prompt.
A lot
Those
of it
who know
is
how
the
to
key.
prompt are king.
Yes, prompting is very important.
I'm a teleprompter.
That's a teleprompter.
Oh.
But we don't really use them very often.
No, we don't.
No.
That's because we're competitive. And
in fact, I think it's got something in the Fed that they, that we prepared, but we're not going to do it.
No.
No. You know why we're not going to do it?
Because this is the most important.
Because we don't want to.
Look, it's an earnings day. It's a Figma day. It's a day to celebrate. I know you're not supposed to celebrate ever since 2001. I don't care.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's what. All right. That's. By the way, I mean, these companies. Maybe they're. They're going to be too big, too large, too important, too influential, too powerful.
We're going to be 10 trillion. We're going to say that. Let's play that tape.
That's $6 trillion right there. That's $100 billion companies we're talking about. That's why we're going to just spend all our time on Microsoft and Meta. Yeah.
Look, they've created worlds. They are nation states. They are better. They are more solvent than our country.
Without
they
a
are
doubt.
not.
That's not hard.
Mark Zuckerberg is not looking at his office and saying, I need a little redesign. I've been to his office, or at least the old office, and he could use a redesign.
How about the Hawaiian compound? You haven't been there, though, have you?
No, I flew over with a helicopter.
The underground.
I flew over with a helicopter.
He's got the cows.
Yeah, I was thinking
got all sorts of stuff going on.
Would have been something.
Yeah.
Are they really playing music on the biggest day of the year?
Cryogenically. You'll get cryogenically frozen, and you can be kept there.
Dover has
similar to what Lenin looks like in.
Well, I said we were going to discuss Ted Williams, and you bring up cryogenic. Well played.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, got a lot more on the earnings front as well. ARM holding shares, they're under pressure in the pre-market. Going to have Renee Haas, by the way, join us. He's the CEO in the next hour. Let's give you a look at futures, though, on the strength, of course, of Microsoft and Meta, what that means for the overall AI complex. Take a look at those NASDAQ futures. We got a lot more Squawk in the Street straight ahead.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
As an independent financial advisor, my promise to you is simple.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
What job do you think is more important? Would it be Treasury Secretary or Chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Becky, I think you're asking which is more important for me to do?
Yeah.
Let me ask how much power/influence the chair ultimately has.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink.
You get some in your email box or something, just call us back.
After the president, Joe, you'll be my second call.
That's not bad.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
This is called Rocket Money.
Well, what the heck is that? Some space thing?
It's a money thing. Rocket Money is an app that puts all your accounts and subscriptions in one place.
Is that why my grandson's always glued to his phone, looking at all his subscriptions?
That and some other things. This Rocket Money would actually do something for that too.
How?
It shows you all the subscriptions you're paying for, and then you can cancel them right in the app.
Everybody download Spaceship Bank.
Rocket Money.
Check it out. All right, I mean, copper's just taking an incredible move down here. President Trump did announce what is a universal 50% tariff on imports.
Yeah, but cathodes, anodes, mattes will not be included in tariff. Those are the principal copper imports, so they really snockered the people who are...
All right, I want to understand more about this.
No, you should.
You got to get ready for your mad dash. We got no shortage of things to cover.
NVIDIA because of the H20
Really?
problem.
NVIDIA? With all these earnings, are going to do NVIDIA?
What do you want me to do, Qualcomm? I'll do it.
Yeah, do whatever you want. Just not
I'm
NVIDIA.
going to do CBS because CBS was pretty glorious.
Great. Let's do CVS. It's coming up in the Mad Dash. We're back after this.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Morning, guys. Yeah, I think bot is still short. Yeah.
I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team
Let's get some payouts.
and help me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia. Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
I still love to surf, snowboard,
and of course skate. So I take Quinoa magnesium to support my muscle and bone health. Quinoa's high.
If we do get a dip, I want to buy it up, but I don't know. This short was 840 last night. It went up big time overnight. Oh, you up? Oh, and I think it moved like at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we missed out on that short. What was it? 848 down to 780 earlier.
The first day back from
maternity
is so weird. We get it. Find a caregiver who doesn't.
Oh, you didn't buy a TPT yet, did you? Okay, try to get it today or tomorrow. Didn't you say you want to get one more 150K? Yeah, get it, because you see my post, right? You buy it, you get the refund if you make a payout. No, my code. Any code works. Any affiliate codes work. It's just for today and tomorrow. Just this week and next week is back. Whatever promo they have. That's a good deal. You know, I'm stupid. I'm actually gonna cancel my renewal. Thanks for reminding me. Because I have one renewing at next week too for the 150K. I'm gonna cancel that and buy a new one later today. And if I pass that, I can get a refund. That's like $200. You know what I mean? But let me cancel this shit. I'm fucking stupid. Disable this. Make sure I don't have anything active. No, when it dumps, I might buy a dip. Right now, bought short. I'm not gonna do anything. Cancel subscription. I'm just gonna buy today, just in case they change it up.
David Joyner, congratulations. You know how to price your business. And they're getting out of the individual exchange plans 2026. Yeah.
Let me go ahead and buy one now. Create a new account. In case they might change it up tomorrow and not give that promo. You know what I mean? Oh, you pay out?
There's a stock that's going to $100.
All right, there you go. I like it. All right, we got an opening bell for you a little more or a little less than 6 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
I want to buy it now also, so I don't have to spend anything in August.
Sauce. Chicken dip. Start Popeye's signature sauce. Love that chicken from Popeye.
Dump it.
Hulu has live music. It's time to dance. For the best seat in the house, your living room.
You still have your short, SK? That's good money.
Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Dove Whole Body Dio. Let your body.
You think Mugo shorted last night? I was short last night. I probably got blown. The sizing is bad.
Design studio. When a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type.
Oh, yeah. So $400 payout today? Nice. Oh, ETF. Oh, I just need like I think $800 more. I get a payout. Yeah, I'm trying to set everything up for August to get a whole bunch of payout.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customing.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops.
Yeah, all the ER is gone, and then no, I think it might be better because people are back from summer vacation. No, September's the worst. September's the worst month out of the whole trading year. September and then October, and after that is like Santa rally. Yeah, we don't want to get stuck. 3 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I got my 150 account. Let me see if I can just. I'm gonna trade that instead. Yeah. Remember last time I took too long?
Invest like the future is watching.
Yeah, I'll try. Because if I take too long, I don't have enough time to reset and try again, you know what I mean? The reset's cheap. That's what I like about it. Yeah. Drop that shit.
Order fill.
I got out. I took that profit. Woo! That was nice. 82. Trade. 82. Wow, what a drop.
A public company. Just let me give you some quick numbers. Sure. Q1 2025 revenue was $228 million. That was 46% higher than the year ago period. Full year 24, they reported a net loss of $732 million. They did.
Damn, man,
by the way, they've got a
on.
lot of selling shareholders here. So actually selling shareholders, not raising money for the company.
Right. And I think that itself is usually they expect to
Trust the bot, man.
Yes.
Finally. It might drop more. I want to get Apple puts though at open. Damn it, Apple's on the red. I fucking hate Apple.
95% of the Fortune 500 use it, and if you have a subscription to Adobe, it's much more expensive.
Yeah, it's all on Amazon. Amazon and Apple now.
So the market cap at open, if you were to open at 33, would be somewhere south of 20 billion. Back almost 3 years ago.
Wow, I should have kept my short. Woo, that drop.
Order filled.
Wow. I'm not longing. I'm gonna wait. Holy shit, what a drop. Bought 850 points. Holy cow. I should have kept my short. That bot was spot on. Just had to hold on to it. Oh, damn. I hope you am not long. Fuck.
Yeah. Does speak to the strength of the IPO market. We are starting to see companies lining up.
What a ruggy. Holy crap. Good shit.
Goldman stock has been elevated because of things like this. Now, see, Goldman's only at 20% say that parabolic.
I did not expect that. I don't even know what to do now. I'm gonna get Apple picks. You're on the big account, right? Not the small one? Hopefully. Oh, fuck, man.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder, software. Yes. Software as a service, software, enterprise software.
I got 195 Apple puts.
What people are looking at. And I think that when you see, or even just like a software company like a Confluent, I mean, Confluent is down 33% today. So, I mean, people are gravitating away from a lot of software. Now, it's also big well. But it's not, there are have-nots. Right. And I want to push people, there are have-nots. Not everything is terrific.
I bet a ton of people blew up on that one.
Just doing things with their business model that are extraordinary. They're very inexpensive to buy. Again, in all,
nice things we prepared. Hey, Ernie Garcia joining you on from
Okay, let me see. When should I long? When should I long? I'll join you if I can find a good spot. No, 3 minutes still got some downside. 15 minutes still got some downside too. But it might pump later after this dump. Just don't know what to do. See, when did we open? We opened at 7:05, so we opened lower. It's lower now. I'm gonna try long at 67.
And that's all you're saying. It wasn't enough given where the stock has come from this year. I mean, we're talking about, and you can see it right there, 170+% move.
Some stocks have run right into the quarter, and if people don't want them,
Scary.
companies that just feel badly about bridges.
My long might hit. Yeah, it did hit.
Order cancel.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
They need to consult some of the people what that perhaps Navarro, because I don't think they're meant to be the loser. I really do.
Right.
You have Qualcomm, I see.
Yeah, I'm looking at Qualcomm here because, along with ARM, there's going to be weakness. Of course, we are going to speak to Renee Haas, the CEO of ARM, in the next hour. They're not down that much. I mean, generally, seems to be fairly well reviewed in terms of the quarter for Qualcomm.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
One thing that is exciting about
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Oof, good movement, man.
Order submitted.
Stacey Raskin, who we rely on a lot on the axis. Overall, results were mostly fine.
It's fine.
Mostly fine.
It's fine. And I don't want to
Order submitted.
But I mean, there's someone who looks
Order submitted.
And it rankles me a bit, but that's okay. And
Order held.
not prideful with a
Order canceled.
okay, but the stock is down 14%.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Obviously, we'll talk to Renee about it.
Order submitted.
Okay.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Man, that's a nasty drop. Lower day now.
Order canceled.
They've got the outgoes working, so to speak, and a lot of people are good. That's, to me, better focus. Better focus.
Interesting to note that rebound in eBay. By the way, 45%. 1 year, 61% year to date, above 45% for eBay. Around a $40 billion market value.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Well, I'm telling you, fintech is another area that is not exciting people anymore. I do have FICO up tonight, controversial stuff.
Get that pump.
Fintech is like the old days, and it looks like the new days are exchanges, people buying things in odd places.
Order
They
canceled.
are the biggest winner. And we didn't talk about that. I think it's going to shock cruise people. Is Norwegian cruise. The other day we had Royal Caribbean. People didn't like their outlook, but it said they were still the best. But it turns out that the one that is really the best.
Hit my target on Apex. Got the day one in. I might go for more. No, I shouldn't go for more. Not gonna be greedy.
Order submitted.
Let's see. Where can I trade?
Then we'll be spun off.
Order submitted.
Just to remind people.
Can you explain that's accomplishable stuff?
Order filled.
Damn it.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order
Order
filled.
filled.
Expectations that have not particularly high.
Order filled.
Losses, what were they? 226,000. I want to make sure I get the numbers right. And obviously video losses as well. You know, the broadband business is simply under a great deal of pressure. Why do we mention it? Well, you saw the stock retreat significantly after we heard from Charter last week with those numbers that just got was crushed by investors when they saw the loss of, it was really only 111,000 broadband losses residential for Charter, but that was enough to trigger a huge sell-off.
Order submitted.
But now rebounding ever so slightly.
Order
To your
canceled.
point, let's keep an eye on the conference call. Already the stock coming in a bit from where it was indicated, at least pre-market. Nonetheless, free cash flow, listen, EBITDA was up 1.1%, but to 10.3 billion.
Order
They
submitted.
did generate $4.5 billion of free cash flow. That's what you want people to focus on your Comcast. Generate a lot of free cash flow, buy back stock, keep our dividend, increase it. You know, that's what you want them to focus, not on the fact that your core business continues.
It would have been good if they had pivoted to internal cybersecurity, somewhat like what they had been able to purchase Cloudflare or Matthew Prince's stock was in the 70s. They did not take advantage of what they had and use the capital.
It's 15 minutes. Still got more downside, but I'm trying to play like a bounce at 40, hopefully.
78,000 wireless lines. Domestic wireless line additions. Charter, I think, had Spectrum at half a million.
But fine, it's just we're in a world where you have companies that are not spectacular. Earlier, you mentioned the pressure on Amazon.
Yes.
Amazon opened at 235, has since come back to 232. As a note of realism comes in, that they better deliver 18 to 19.
Is that where you think they have to do?
I think they're going to 17, but they're on
AWS.
Yeah. I think that Azure's on fire. Web services.
As we have made abundantly clear, we had all the things set up. You know, Microsoft has now exceeded a $4 trillion market value on the strength of those numbers, including 39% year-over-year growth in Azure, re-acceleration growth in the cloud area, pointing to 37% growth as well, which was higher than many of the analysts thought the company had estimated for the first quarter of their fiscal year. Pressure on
Wow.
Amazon to deliver a stronger than expected number at AWS. Is it a beneficiary of just more spend, more movement to the cloud, or is it going to be a victim of some market share take?
It could be very. Look, this is a tightly contested race.
Is GPT still alive, Gambit? Ah, God. Knowing your ass, you probably average down a lot. It's gone. Yeah, don't average down anymore. Just hopefully it bounce. But that's 640 is holding. Yeah, that's too much, Joe. It's 25K, right? Yeah, my thing is on 25K, I don't go more than 4. And I can hold it down for like 200 points and still be alive. Yeah, if we lose that 640, it might be toast.
or their stuff, which includes, by the way, rare metals that go into the expert or big chip.
Yeah, well, metal's metal, right?
Yeah. So you not too long yet. The oscillator is bad. Like everything looks down. Like 15 minutes still got more down. We might even go red for NQ for today. Like all the ER gains gonna be gone. But we'll see. It's gonna pump back again after Apple's and Amazon ERs. The whole market is Ponzi. But that drop was nasty, dude. All week it's been dropping that open. Yeah. What's your average now? You might be able to get out. Oh, 688. No, that's not bad. 30 points. That's doable. I thought you were like up in the 700. Yeah, you averaged down way too much. It looks like it wants to die more. Yeah.
I'm reading it here, the worst single day performance for this metal. There are a lot of people trying to make it. Who's got bite? I mean, it's who's anybody getting caught on this thing? I don't know how long, I thought that it would look, Transfer, which is the primary mine that's owned by Freeport. Yes. They produce copper concentrate, not refined copper.
You have data soon? In 2 minutes, there's data.
Order filled.
Shit, it ain't even long to hit.
Important to sort of remind people where
Order canceled. Order
Order filled.
happening almost every day. I'm trying to look here through my list.
Order submitted.
Yes, right.
Wow. Need low day. Wow. You didn't really make much pay on that one, did you? Well, at least if you get another one, you can get a refund. But that sucks, though. Yeah, it's dropping bad.
Potentially the lead in any other market. Brazil obviously is a weird situation because the president is using emergency powers.
Good luck, man. Oh, you long on the pro, right? The other pro. Careful, man. Data's coming out.
Order filled.
Damn, I was long too. In 1 minute, I think.
Order submitted.
Blow things away. Google Cloud did good there. But one of the things that I'm betting Amazon will do is have a fantastic ad number, like the data number. If you go over that, it was 3.5 billion, 3.4 billion users every day to the family of apps. I mean, well, I guess it's like half the planet that ignore 3.5 billion.
Damn, that pump. Must be good data. Yeah. That bot got 100 points. Woo!
Order filled.
Oh, I didn't mean to long. Fuck. Oh my god.
Years back.
Let's just go to the individual for a second, just to get into that orb of just the individual weak and the enterprise strong. People are putting off.
Wow.
Well, they got a lot of this is you got it's very expensive, and Align is doing much worse than I thought. They're putting up pay. I mean, that to me says, wait a second, don't get too sanguine about the American economy. I think the president, if he wanted to talk by
Order filled.
they're even putting off braces. What does that say to you, Jay? What does that say to you? I mean, maybe
really, you're going to now start piling on.
Order submitted.
His trip social post this morning.
Yeah.
Back to calling him a loser. IKEA.
There we go. Come on, pump it. I'm stuck in the long. 619. Well, it's just the evals. I don't really care. I really make some money though.
Very strong fundamentals.
Order
Of course, there with American Airlines, they say, but also Uber. In fact, PayPal, very important. Cross-border volume of 15%.
Order submitted.
That cuts to the economy being very strong. So, Jake and Nick, therefore, will use.
We got the Nasdaq up about 1% on the strength of
Order
Meta
submitted.
and Microsoft. Nvidia shares also up slightly. Let's get to Rick Santana. We just got Chicago PMI a few moments ago. We've got those numbers for us. Rick.
Oh, it's PMI.
47.1 is our July read from
Order
ML
Yeah, I'm out. Woo.
Manufacturing. Much better than expected.
Yeah. Almost red too. Playing this pump is
Order submitted.
scary as shit, man. What's up, SK?
Under 50. The last time we had over 50 was November 23, but prior to that, the entire year was under 50. So it's definitely a weak number in general, but it's a strong number today.
I made money short and I made money long.
Pay attention to 100. It is now 400 intraday. If it settles above 100 for the week, that would be technically significant.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm off that now. Whew. That was scary going long. I need $300 more. No, yeah, $300 more to get one more point. Where's this chat thing? Yeah, I don't chat in the voice chat thing. It's just hard. I have to click it to see. Hope we dump again. I'm gonna go long.
Fixed income.
Dang, that pump. Oof. Yeah, if they blow you out, it's gonna go straight to your target.
Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of.
Hey Sean, just DM me on Discord later. I can help you. Usually on a bot, when it does alert, you wait for like a pullback, which it did, and then you just gotta hold on to it and put like a 125-point stop loss, and then you should be able to make some money most of the time. Because the drawdown earlier was maybe 30, 40 points, and now it's up like 100 points. No, not the oscillator, more. I'm talking about the bot in Discord. That's two different things. But yeah, it was good morning on the short. Bears ate today. I won't be careful shorting anymore and just wait. 100 points good enough. No, it's not the Samar. The one you see on my screen is the booty oscillator. It's different from what the bot set up.
AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. You see, so that's a slot. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Interns.
We're interns. See you tomorrow.
The world's best. Descended on World War II. Test their metal. One fearless shot at fire.
If you look at the oscillator, the 3 minutes is near the bottom. close to oversold, so maybe a little more drop and it's gonna bounce. But at 15 minutes, still got some more room. So when the bot and Discord alert like a short or anything, you look at the 15 minutes and see, hey, if it's good or not. If it's good, take it. If it's not, then don't take it.
Not anticipated by any right up there as well. And Biogen rounding that out. We're back to stop trading from Jim in a minute.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of them.
Yeah, after they blew you up, it's gonna go green for you.
Gold coin discovery, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own
Always does that, dude. It's not sizing. You just gotta not size more than, for me, no more than 4 on a 25K account. It's just not enough spot. Yeah, 150 is best for you, the way you trade. Sorry, man. Now look at this pump. Now I don't want to short now. I'm scared of short. And I want to long this spot too, because it's gonna dip more. So right now we just wait. Yeah, it's coming back up, TD, but I'm flat for now. I'm gonna wait.
Meeting, and you know what? Dead last, tariffs. Nobody on Wall Street is going to care about trade policy until the week is over. Back money. Weeknight 6 Eastern at streaming at CNBC Plus.
Christina Ladd posted at McDonald's, thinking about how I never had a snack wrap, and I'm devastated. I actually tasted the snack wrap for the very first time. Ranch or spicy?
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Get the rental counter for Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Yeah, it's gonna dip back down. Yeah, can't just force a tray. It's not at the bottom yet on the 3 minutes. A little bit more room. We always go against the bot. I was short with the bot earlier though. Yeah, I mean, so it's like, don't long yet. That's right at open, you long on a little dip. Well, it wasn't a little dip, it's 50-point dip, and then dump another 100 points.
Doesn't think twice about this. Person on a stretch budget, like the person who can't pay for the braces, is saying, hey,
Yeah, easily. And usually I don't average down until we get like 50 points or 100 points. I add one more.
We're keeping an eye on so many different names, of course, including ARM Holdings. We're going to have the CEO join us on a day when the stock is getting hit pretty hard. You're going to stick around, right, Jim?
Because now we're starting to corral around with Microsoft and Meta. There's got to be more to make this move to continue.
Yeah, although the moves are extraordinary, and Meta, of course, is the single best mover on.
Damn, we lost 200 points from all-time high. Crazy.
So
said. Renee Haas joining us very shortly. Jim's going to stick around. Don't go anywhere.
You make it through security so fast. The agents applaud. Your travel itinerary is so well
Yeah,
written.
I don't want to chase yet. So your shit would have been green.
Travel is the competition.
Yeah, don't buy the 25 because I'm giving you the 25 next. I think tomorrow when they give me the credit. So don't buy the 25.
This week, Dave.
You see, Mugo was long and got out lucky. Long at 670. 6 NQ. Wow.
Featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investment
Yeah.
Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investment.
It's funny, a top of my Apple puts is red even after the dump.
You need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213.
Dang, really? Went up to 700? Wow.
The road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly.
Now the 3 minutes trying to curve back up. I'm not right. I can't long yet. I was logging at 620 earlier.
Is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA
I think
patients.
you have to babysit.
Is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of
It's hard to babysit in Trey because that kid blew my account one day.
Do not drive or use machinery until
Blew a payout too. I was mad.
Izervay is
Oh, my Tradify payout because of that nephew.
Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Never miss a moment.
The Genius Act is focused on payment stablecoins. The United States government has put its stamp of approval on a very important.
I think it will.
You can't
15 minutes still got the dip indicator thing, so I'm gonna wait. I don't want a short. I want a long. I'm waiting. See? Just give it time.
Jim Cramer joins us as well. First, broader markets, they're winning today again. Thanks in part to just this stunning move in Meta, almost 12% right now. Microsoft also rallying big off of earnings. That's why communication services and technology are your best performing groups in the overall market right now. That's why the Nasdaq is up 1.6%. But there's also strength in industrials, financials, energy, and material sectors today as well. Take a look at treasuries. Got some inflation data, which we'll mention in a moment. They're buying, which has been a reversal after yesterday's Fed meeting. 10-year yield 4.35. Remember, big jobs report tomorrow. Also ahead this hour, we are awaiting Figma's first trade after the software company priced above its expected range. It's very loud here at the stock exchange. Got a big crowd for the Figma IPO. And the New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin will be with us to talk about the latest debut and what else is in the pipeline. But guys, the big economic report that everyone was waiting for today was PCE. This is the Fed's preferred inflation measure. PCE prices on a monthly basis went up 0.3%. That was in line. Year over year, we're at 2.6. Remember, the Fed wants to target 2%. So we don't want to see it move in this direction. 2.5 was the estimate. It's a little bit elevated. Core prices are a little bit elevated at 2.8. It's nothing to freak out about, but as you can see from the chart, remember,
Just waiting for it to go back down to 615, maybe how long.
fetcher Jay Powell pick. So I thought I was surprised at how hawkish he was. He took a lot
I should have shorted at 700.
He's
Oh
not
well.
there yet. Not worrying about inflation and being able to
Yeah.
cut interest rates. Don't you think, Jim?
There's two economies, and it's not being addressed enough. I think it was a very elitist view. I'm a big fan of Jay Powell, but the consumer can't afford the price of a steak sandwich. The consumer is staying away from Home Depot. The consumer can't buy a house. The enterprise is so strong that it's kind of big up for everything. But we must not forget that the consumer is still seeing inflation. And I know people are talking about the golden report, but just saying that not all of it's being passed down.
And now we just chop.
We're in the early innings, and eventually it might get passed through. So there are real issues here. Inflation could come. It's clear that the Fed can combat that kind of inflation, but the consumer's got some problems.
Agreed. I thought, though, that Powell really emphasized that he's more worried about inflation now than any softness in the economy, to your point. And time after time in the news conference, he suggested
What happened? You tried it long?
that they have to wait and see on how these tariffs will impact inflation. Listen, we compiled some good sound bites on all of it.
Term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. It's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to see more of that.
Yeah, I've been telling you. It's like, what? That's too quick. It just opened. You didn't even finish the 15 minutes candle and you ran in with a long.
Putting this through the consumer, you could argue we are a bit looking through goods inflation by not raising rates. Of course, in the end, there will not be. This will not turn out to be.
I don't like longing when it hasn't like it was going down way too fast. I knew it was gonna go drop more. Just the volume was too high.
He's definitely resisting the pressure from the president, from his dissenters now at the table, and sticking to we think tariffs could.
I thought you would want to start with a fifth, the big one, because you have more size to, bag hold. For the small one, you don't have much room.
So does that mean that you think that Powell's right to stay pat?
I see there's nothing wrong with waiting a couple of months. We're not about to have people thrown out. We're in a very strong point. That's not what I expect from somebody auditioning for the Fed chair. Well,
So your team
as much as I would like the Fed job, I also like sitting next to you. I don't want you going anywhere.
Morning, buddy.
My contract is up next year. Anything that this is the first time hearing this. I never talk about it.
Yeah, I'm green.
With some regard, it's a disappointing outlook. I'm going to hold off from that characterization because we haven't had RCO Renee pause with us for CBC. Renee, I don't think you would necessarily agree with the idea that you gave us a disappointing forecast last night.
Good morning, Jim. And speaking of extend your contract, we love you at CNBC. Last quarter was a great quarter for us. First time in Q1 we've ever notched over $1 billion. We were super proud of that. Royalties were up 25% year on year. That's terrific. We've got new CSS licenses. We signed 3 brand new ones. Those are our compute subsystems. Those drive higher royalty rates. And we now have 5 customers in production there, so that's great too. And also, based upon all that momentum, we project by sometime towards the end of the year, ARM's market share in CPUs and data centers will be about 50%.
Now I kind of want a long. Let me see what a 3 minutes at. It's trying to curve back up, but too scared of long. Not, I do, but not scared. Maybe the dip is done. I think I'll go long in this account at 67.
the software
We'll
that's
see
written on
if it
we
hits.
estimate that 22 million developers use ARM. Probably 80% of all software developers in some way, shape, or form. And the more software that they write, the more demand is for chips that are ARM-based and products that are ARM-based. And the more demand there is.
I'm looking at 3 minutes. It's drawing a line, a curve up.
It is a bit of a virtuous flywheel that
But
drives
we'll
up
see.
demand. We've just seen that increase, particularly over the last number of years, where we were known primarily as a mobile-based
Yeah.
company. But now, as I said, going to be over 50% in the data center, huge market share in automotive, significant market share across now in the IoT space, and also ARM-based PCs. So yes, it's really all about software.
And I think
Yeah,
it's
too late
important
for me now.
to
Oh well.
understand the reason why you are everywhere, among other things, because you
Did
have
decent
that
today.
proficient model, is that you don't burn hot. And that is
My
the
Pro
key
only up
to the
$7.
market
I
that
need
people
more.
just don't
I
understand.
need more.
Yeah, energy efficiency is what the
Yeah.
company is all about. The company 35 years ago developed a processor that had to run in a package that didn't dissipate a lot of heat and had to run off a battery. So that type of sensibility runs through the DNA of all our engineers. And I tell you, Jim, in the world of AI, where more and more compute is taking place, in addition to all the compute that has to take place traditionally, it's all about power and energy efficiency, particularly when you have these gigantic data centers. ARM is the only compute platform that can drive AI workloads, what we say from milliwatts to megawatts.
David, obviously you characterize the quarter as quite strong, but I am curious then why you think the stock is getting hit so badly this morning.
Yeah, I can't really comment, David, in terms of what investors are seeing or not seeing. The growth trajectory of the company has just been, incredible over the last number of years. As I said, we started these compute subsystems 2 years ago. These are building blocks that people use to build SoCs. They drive the highest growth rate we've ever seen. We've had stronger demand for that than anticipated, and in fact, we've now expanded the offerings. We offered an automotive compute subsystem, what we call Xena. We have customers now in the pipeline for that. So we're seeing really strong demand for our products, fueled both by everything we're seeing with AI, but also, to Jim's point, the ubiquity of the architecture. So can't comment really on why the share price is doing what it's doing, but the growth trajectory of the company, we're very, very proud of and happy with.
Okay, well, let's just talk about these notions of what the street was looking for versus you. There isn't an emphasis on royalty because it's just such a lucrative business for you. And Renee, people say 585 million, not enough. They were looking for 596 million. Can you explain to people at home how there could be a disparity between what is just a fantastic business by you and what the street was looking for?
We grew year on year 25%, and that's in the range that we've been talking about. We talked about a 25 to 30% number. And again, we are, I'll take a 25% year on year growth number, any day of the week. We have been talking about that for the last number of years. We have great visibility into our business, given the fact that the design wins that drive those royalties happened a couple years ago. So when we think about the go forward,
Well, I have a long at 69, so if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it might be done. I did good on Tradify though.
good line of sight in terms of who's using them.
Got the drop for $400.
Very confident of those growth numbers. And now these compute subsystem deals that we're signing the highest royalty rates we've ever signed, even higher than the first generation. So again, the growth rates we're very happy with.
Right, but I do think that people have to understand that one of the reasons why you talk about the future is that if you do go into a data center, you're an old hand with NVIDIA, you worked at NVIDIA, but NVIDIA tends to like you versus the 86 model that used to prevail in this, correct?
Yeah, so NVIDIA announced their product, Grace Blackwell, this year, and the big change, I would say, from the Hopper generation to the Blackwell generation was that Hopper was largely an x86-based product. They sold discrete Hoppers to connected x86. The next generation, Grace Blackwell, integrates the Grace CPU, which is ARM-based, with the Blackwell GPU, obviously the NVIDIA product. Why did they do that? Power efficiency. The Grace Blackwell platform is 25x more efficient on power than the Hopper generation with x86. That's a game changer when you're talking about these gigantic data centers. And those decisions, as you know, Jim, to choose ARM to be ARM to be the Grace-based CPU, That was years ago. That happened a long time back. It takes a while for those products to be developed, qualified, put in production, but they're there now.
Yep,
And if you
there's
look at the
dropping.
order fill.
There we go.
What we've seen so far is all
Order submitted.
potential.
I'm long at 67 now.
In Q1 was about 21
One NQ.
So an important market for you. You know, a lot of things going on between the U.S. and China.
What's a drop when I long? You piece of shit.
What's happening on the ground in China, what your expectations are, and how, if in any way, you'll be impacted by the current trade negotiations?
Order filled.
You know, so one of the things that we see in China for ARM in particular
Order
is that
filled.
the software ecosystem, the global software ecosystem that we support, largely plays out in China. What does that mean? The servers that run the operating systems and Linux that run in the West, they also run in China. Those are ARM-based. EVs in China that use the same software stack that's used in the
He
West.
bought to go long, but bought us nowhere going long.
Similar with smartphones. And this is why we do believe
There we
that
go.
global ecosystems are very, very important. The fact that the software stacks are ubiquitous between all countries in the world, that's great for consumers. It drives innovation, it drives growth. So for us, China has usually been about 15 to 20% of the business traditionally, and it's about what it was this last quarter. And it's largely driven by the software ecosystem, which, again, is ubiquitous for us in the West and also in China.
You described demand as good. How much of it is tied to the handset market at this point, as we wait for sort of AI to
I'm
really
green. I'm trying to get more.
Thanks for asking that question, Sarah. So the handset market
Order
has
filled.
I'm out. I'm gonna lower my long to 58 or something.
But we're growing much faster than the market, and again, that 25% year-on-year royalty rate also includes mobile. And we, because of our new compute subsystems, better royalty rates, we grow much faster than the market, particularly in the premium segment, but really across the board. So the good news about what we've been doing with our strategy is we're been a little bit more immune to the slower growth on a unit base because of the changes we've made. We're growing faster than the market.
Well, I think, Renee, people get confused. You are a dominant smartphone player. You're in autos. You're in Internet of Things. But I think when people don't recognize that you're in everything. And you're in everything because of small form factor and because of how who you burn. People are pigeonholing you, I believe, as a smartphone company, and therefore you're being brought down with smartphones.
Yeah, maybe. But again, if you look at what we're doing in the data center, Jim, we had talked about years ago trying to get to 10%, 20% in terms of market share. We're about 18% last year. But with AI and the growth that we're seeing with AI in the data center that is ARM-based for energy efficiency, 50%. So data centers are a big market for us now, particularly driven by AI. So as a result of that, we're a very, very different compute platform. It's around energy efficiency.
You still get your ETF, right? Gambit? Yeah, YOLA that tomorrow with non-farm payroll. Yeah. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. I have two. One's gonna blow.
That can address the smallest devices such as earbuds all the way to a gigawatt data center. So the opportunity base for us is pretty large.
Well, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's why I think the future is brighter than what people are looking at. They're not being they're being short-sighted. Renee, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Oh, it's good to see Renee. Rain or shine?
Yes.
Well, what do you got on your show?
Well, first, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, David, for letting me participate this hour. Which used to be one of the more boring companies, but now we've got Mr. Poldy taking a shot at them. Bill Lansing, Wade Lansing, very, very smart guy. Ernie Garcia, the stock's at $3. You know, Apollo came in. Now
Order
take a look at that.
canceled.
They're the number one. And tomorrow's going to be, well, I had to get them wrong. One, because
Order submitted.
and as you say, the copper trade, David, is something that people are aghast about today.
Again, down 22% today. Yeah, 1989, I mean, the worst day was 19+%. So on track to be the worst day for copper, maybe ever.
So I brought him in order to be able to solve that conundrum. Of course, he is, I think, the best gold miner in the world.
Great. All right. Jim,
Thank you very much.
see you later, buddy.
Here, just about 30 minutes here, a little more than that into the trading session. Here are three big movers we're watching. Big gains for big tech. These are the stars today. Meta and Microsoft in the green on new numbers from both those names. Microsoft officially joining $4 trillion market cap club alongside NVIDIA. eBay's also a top gainer on an upbeat forecast and an earnings beat. Executives on the call pointing to improving consumer demand in Q2. And then watch the food and beverage names. Anheuser-Busch reporting falling volumes. Shake Shack out with a weaker guidance and same-store sales miss. By the way, AB InBev CEO will be joining us next hour to talk about those results. Really soft volumes, especially in places like Brazil, which it has very close ties to, and China as well. U.S. looks a little better, but people just aren't drinking as much beer.
Apparently not. Apparently not. That trend continues. It's been a bit of time. And obviously Brazil's got its own issues now in terms of trade with the U.S. What's going to happen?
Yeah, we'll talk tariffs too. Lot to get to next hour with AB InBev CEO. In the meantime, here's the roadmap for the rest of this hour. Figma's first trade. We'll talk to New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin about the hotly anticipated debut and the signal it's sending about the health of the IPO market.
Plus, we'll have a lot more on the big moves today for Meta and Microsoft. And of course, we got some more coming when it comes to big earnings. Apple and Amazon are after the bell.
And our Leslie Picker is live with Jamie Dimon right now.
Oh, we're just chopping now.
To break out the beer themselves.
Looks like a very large glass as well. Walk on the street, we'll be right back.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you know to create a type and a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
You know, with that.
Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality
Just give me one more drop.
powered by
600.
of experts who have consistently delivered year after year.
I know. Good spot's along actually. The 600.
Active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years. Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
A community bank in Kansas, and I had no idea that I would one day be covering the banking system. I opted to go to night school to get my MBA in finance to really dig in. When I approach a story, I always come into it over-prepared. Ambition is fueled by curiosity. You have to be curious. You have to ask questions. It's that constant quest. CNBC is the network for ambitious people.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
Popeyes is getting saucy. New chicken dip, start Popeye's signature sauce.
Damn it, that song's gonna get me fucking copyright strike. When you dip, we dip, whatever that song is on a commercial.
Cheese. The one and only.
Order filled. Oh, what happened? Oh, mom, I'm long hit. Go, let's go.
Order submitted. I believe you've been a little bit more cautious than the rest of the equity strategists out there. And yet, this market continues to make record high after record high. Magnificent Seven proves why they're so magnificent. Yeah, no, and look, I think that the reality is the challenge this year has been, from a sentiment perspective, the market's done that. If you take an uber bullish perspective and just look at the sentiment modeling, if you look at valuation and earnings modeling, we're way up our skis for 2025. That's just reality. We're also trading ahead of where we should be from a GDP perspective. We're GDP is not usually a great backdrop for the stock market. So it's just been one of these years where the Senate work says it's all
Oof, that drop, dude.
traditional metrics. Ask you to be a little bit more cautious. We try to bridge the gap between the two.
Yeah, I told you, just wait. I'm long. Long at 45 and long at 58.
What's your overall read on this?
I just got out. Still hold. I have one. I'm still holding.
These massive gaps up and down, and that tells you something about liquidity in the market. It tells you something about visibility.
Ooh.
The good side and the bad side. But one of the things we said in our weekly after kind of going through everything last week, some companies are able to manage around these challenges better than others. So we are seeing in a situation
Hits again.
Order fill.
My other one's long now. Holy shit.
Order fill.
I'm out.
Order submitted.
What does that mean overall in terms of valuation and why you may have perhaps more caution than a number of the other strategists in the street?
Well, look, I think what's interesting in here right today, we're seeing these big tech names doing well. The AI story seems very much intact. Normally we go through some of these reporting seasons, right, and the spotlight gets shown in a favorable way on the rest of the market because people, frankly, are finally forced to pay attention. Tariffs and all these new issues we're navigating are not allowing to do that. But the AI story is still intact.
I think it might bounce up to where you long is. Oh yeah.
Market cap names and just a median PE, to the recent peaks. We're not quite there, but we're getting very close.
Which is what number?
It's like an upper 24 number, like almost 25 times. And if you look at the rest of the market, we've had, I think, like an 18 and a half time median PE. So there's been a need for a catch-up trade there, but you're not really getting a basis for that so far from these earnings, right? It's still, the earnings are still kind of pushing you back into the more overvalued.
Yeah, I still have one I'm holding.
Look at the CFTC data, right, where you can watch NASDAQ 100.
I took one off. I'm trying to be like Chris now.
These 10 names are probably some very large percentage of the overall S&P.
Yeah.
I don't know where they were, 20-something percent.
We look at net income, and I think it's like maybe 40%. I'd have to go back and look at
The market cap overall as well. I mean,
it's like in the 30s.
many of them are growing top line at rates far above what the rest of the market is. And we're deserving perhaps of PEs to that level.
I agree with you completely. And, you know, I'm kind of agnostic on this debate, right? Like, I'm not a Kool-Aid drinker, right? I'm never the one who's going to, like, be in love with whatever the latest fad is. But I do actually push back on the skeptics a little bit. Because when we take that relative median PE between the top 10 and rest of the market and we compare it to the relative long-term growth expectations, so that could be 3 to 5 year earnings growth number that everyone tells you is nonsense. Well, it's actually not nonsense because that relative earnings growth rate tracks the relative PE almost perfectly. So you're getting the bigger multiples that you deserve because of better longer-term growth rates. I mean, clearly,
The 3 minute has a bear squeeze, but I don't. It might drop more. I'm gonna have to get out and finish my profit now soon. I got one long, yeah.
Seeing those tariff impacts to the inflation data, I feel like this is a slow process, and you've got a market that has recovered faster off the April 8th lows than any other growth scare that we've seen. And it's really just remarkable. And I get it in the sense that people said we paid the price for all the wobbles and whatnot, but at the same time, when I got into my June marketing, it went from
And I'm out.
price, which was the story I heard back in May
Yeah.
from investors, to
I'm at $400, so I need to make one more 150. Then I'll get 7 points and 3 more points. I get a payout 2,000. Let's go, baby.
2018 September conference season, companies came out and said, hey, we are going to encounter some problems from tariffs. And that threw some cold water on the market among a number of other things. But yeah,
at the same time, we really are seeing a softening in services. You see that in super core measures today, which the Fed has watched before. They actually came down.
Yeah, and look, you're seeing consumers adjust the same way corporations are adjust. And I think the issue I'm trying to sort out as a strategist is these buffers, how long are they going to last? And what happens after those buffers run out? There's still an incomplete discussion in these earnings calls about demand. We know that
Some
Order
people just
submitted.
power through.
Ooh, not looking good.
And some people pulled back. Some people pulled forward. It is a mess in terms of what was actually
Order
done
filled.
demand-wise, and I frankly don't think we're any closer to sorting out what the setup is for the next quarter than we were a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm stuck at 640. I went back in. An Apple put screen yet? Nope. Something wrong with Apple. Apple went green.
Everybody's still socializing here on the floor. Of course, big IPO, priced above the range last
There you
night.
go.
Perhaps far from opening. I haven't even seen a bid-ask bid over there.
I think I'm the oldest person in this room besides you. It's a very young crowd. Oldest. Very young crowd.
You always have to mention that, don't you? Yes. Well, you're far younger than I am.
I had 2 NQ at 33 on my TPT.
By the way, we'll talk about that Woodland market and what's coming up next in the pipeline. Don't go
Order cancel.
Shouldn't hold for a little bit.
Order submitted.
I'm only up 500.
Some weeks.
There we go.
Order filled.
Out we go.
Innovation changes everything. Access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. More before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your window,
Order
your
submitted.
patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing, and I mean zero zilch nada for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again.
Smart little
So
kid.
lean on this while you can.
Well, Indian kids
And
are smart though.
over 60% of all our customers choose to finance. It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material.
Nice.
It's called Hybrid. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature
All
swings
Indians
while
are smart.
moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio
Yeah, not
doors are
street
designed
smart. They're
to
dumb as
dry
a rock in
easily.
the street.
They're not going to stick and let the bugs in.
Not all.
Replace
Yeah.
your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this?
One more dip.
Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number
Yeah, I
will
woke up
pay for your new
hungry.
windows. Now that's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us, and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-0808.
CNBC lives viciously. News, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on Plus.
You know what? I think it can.
Welcome back to Smoke on the Street. Check out MasterCard winner today near the top of the S&P
You
500
and then you
in
pass.
trading after earnings and revenue topped estimates. Gross dollar volume was up 9% for the quarter, and purchase volume was up 10% on a local currency basis. Guidance also came in strong. They raised
Yeah.
the revenue
This
guidance
this,
by an
this market is just bad when you size too much.
signal on the consumer. Amid some mixed signals on the U.S. consumer. Follows American Express as well, which had a pretty good quarter.
Yesterday also.
Yeah. So if you're looking for positive signals on the consumer, look at MasterCard.
All right, I'll do that. Let's get a news update.
Yeah.
Coombs has it for us, Bertha.
David, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. Bid to reignite Gaza peace talks.
Yeah, it's all about sizing. Sizing's the key. I size small, but I bag hope for a long time.
Indirect ceasefire talks in Qatar last week.
The max I'll get is 4 MNQ on my 25K. And if I have a 50K, my max would be 6 MNQ only.
The National Transportation Safety Board resumed
No matter what.
the deadly mid-air collision of a passenger airplane and Army helicopter in January. 67 people were killed in that.
I need one more drop so I can roll.
Experts said yesterday the helicopter was flying higher than allowed, possibly because of issues with its altitude readings. And IKEA will bring 1,000 square footprints of its kitchen and laundry rooms to some nearby stores. IKEA says it marks the first time its products have ever been accessible through another U.S. retailer. IKEA workers will be on hand to help customers plan and order furnishings. Partnership will start this fall. Stores in Florida and Texas. But Sarah, I don't think they're going to bring the bouncy ball playroom for your kids while you're shopping.
I was wondering if they were going to bring the meatballs, or that's what people go there for. Thank you, Bertha, for the goods. Still ahead, New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin talking today's blockbuster Figma IPO and the other names in the pipeline. Plus, Apple and Amazon, the next Mag 7 members to report as Meta and Microsoft lead the market today. Huge move for Meta, up more than 11%. What the street is saying in just a moment.
That drop is coming. That drop is coming. I'm getting ready to long. Might be bad.
Plant-based healthy blood pressure support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and
Yep, I guess went long.
recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get
35.
first order at livehuman.com.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new brand Order filled. routine. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together
Damn.
with custom gear. Get started today at custommade.com.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
Good, you got 500. You gotta log out. Don't touch that anymore.
Being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I'm
You got nothing to trade except for the ETF.
It's John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free
Yeah, it's hard. Oh shit, we might get low today.
That's it's not an option.com.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glass, I turned all this fancy prettiness into a
Order
crappy little
submitted.
product. But GoDaddy Arrow does with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps
Order
everything
filled.
everywhere.
Order submitted. Order filled.
There you go.
That's as ridiculous as us, being corporate types.
Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle
Order
all of their
submitted.
agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just call.
This is getting saucy.
I thought she just cussed. But she's only 2 and she's saying F you.
Order filled.
Signature sauce. Love that.
Oh, damn.
Who has live music?
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
To dance. For the best seat in the house.
Order
Order
filled.
filled.
Order submitted.
Nice, there we go. Caught some that long.
Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by
Order
Dove
submitted.
Full Body Deal. Let your body.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Here's a taste of H-E-B Cream Creations.
Order
Mexican
canceled.
chocolate. One of over 40
Order
unique ice cream
submitted.
flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
You haven't heard, Figma set to go public on the New York Stock Exchange today. It's a design software company. It priced its offering at $33 a share. That was above expectations. It will raise a total of $1.2 billion, although much of that is
there we
actually
go.
selling shareholders. It's more
See,
like
3
350 million or
minutes
so being sold by the
still got a
company.
little bit more
Obviously,
downside.
its growth trajectory.
15 minutes for
Joining us
sure
is,
got more
Arizona State
downside.
President Lynn Martin. Always a good day
Yeah,
for
we might lose 600. I hope not, but we might.
Yeah. Is the IPO pipeline you and so many others have been waiting for finally really a serious thing?
Yeah, it is. It's actually happening now. I think given that Figma did so well with their pricing last night.
Order
filled.
Order
That
submitted.
has persisted
Wow.
still in the order book this morning for this company. I think this will open the floodgates. But even just in the month of July, we've raised almost $5 billion of capital for companies who have IPO'd on the
We
New
need a
York
whole
Stock
600 or it's
Exchange.
toast.
Feels like the market is finally back.
Order canceled. Order
What
submitted.
does that mean for the rest of the year then, in your expectation?
I think you'll see some of the names start to get out, some of the names that
I'm long.
Order canceled.
There we go.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order
Can't get
filled.
them off. Woo! That was scary. Man, that was scary. I'm gonna try long again.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
To the market. It's a good, strong software, collaboration software name that's coming to market.
What do you think are the key drivers? I mean, clearly the stock market at a record high.
Order
is helpful.
submitted.
What else?
Clarity on the tariff situation. I mean, you saw
Order
so many
canceled.
companies flip public in March. We were gearing up for a really busy
Order
April.
submitted.
And then, given the announcements, there was a bunch of uncertainty that entered into the market, as you guys reported so eloquently from here during the first 2 weeks of April in particular. So companies put their plans on pause. Now that there is certainty, deals are getting done on the tariff side. Markets at all-time highs. Now is the time to go.
Yeah, now's the time to go.
Yeah.
So, all right. So when they come to the New York Stock Exchange and they're saying, "Oh, we don't know, maybe it'll be Nasdaq, maybe it'll be you guys," what's the pitch? What are you doing upstairs that's getting these people listed?
Well,
other than of course us.
Right. I mean, the amazing partnership we have. We will talk about the studio over there.
Yeah.
For our other friend. You know, there is no other experience like on the New York Stock Exchange. It's the combination of our market model with the guys on the floor. They add stability to the openings and closings every day, not just on IPO day. It's also the amazing services and the amazing partnerships we can strike with companies. It's really not, there really is no comparison to going public.
There's been some chatter. Speaking of, I mean, there's been some chatter about European
Yeah,
companies.
he's been quiet. I hope he didn't get caught.
In the U.S., I know AstraZeneca, we didn't get much. I spoke to the CEO, but that chatter was out there. I think there are others as well. Is that something that you're actively pursuing? Are we seeing that happen?
Order
Look
submitted.
at the track record we've had with CRH, with Ferguson, with Flutter, even with the Smurfit Westrock combination. People have seen significant value appreciation by moving their primary listings to the U.S.
All right. So Lynn, when we wrap this year up, because we've been waiting for a big IPO here, are we going to be saying? I mean, we may not set records, but we're going to be up significantly over the last few years, I would assume, in your opinion.
Yeah, I believe we will. And importantly, I believe that the companies that are coming to market are going to have significant value appreciation in secondary trading, which is really what gets founders excited about going public.
Why? Because of the market or because because of the quality of companies going
Because
public?
the diversity, breadth, liquidity in the U.S. market, and also the quality of the companies coming to market. You look at companies like Circle, who have come to market and the amazing performance that they've had already.
But then when you see like the most shorted stocks in the market go up 70% on a given day, the meme trade, which is back, does that worry you? Because then it's reminiscent of 2021 where everyone was going public then too, and then it all just
SPACs also. Youth
SPACs
back public.
and shut down. Everyone underperformed.
They're back now too.
Well,
So does
there's
that
a
worry you?
couple of things there. There was a glut of SPACs coming to market in
There's
2020 and
no other
2021,
news.
which
That's
really
it.
diluted that as a method of going public. You know, the meme stocks, there are people that get behind certain companies at certain points. And if you look at the breadth and depth of liquidity, it's not just meme stocks. Look at the significant value appreciation, institutional investors who want to broaden out their portfolio. All of the institutional investors I talk to want to add to their portfolio. And if you look at a lot of the private companies, they're excited to see those companies go public.
Lynn, we got to leave it there on this big day for you guys here at the NYC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Mark, president of the New York Stock Exchange.
Get back to the block party now. When we come back, Amazon and Apple with their next up follow in Meta and Microsoft's footsteps with big earnings beats. And look at those big reactions as well with Meta up 11.4%. We're going to talk about what to expect from the mega cap reports after the bell tonight. And on the road with Jamie Dimon. Currently, I can't. They're currently walking through what is called a tunnel of love made by his employees.
It's not really a tunnel.
That's what they
Order
call it.
submitted.
Because they
Order,
love it so
order
dearly.
filled.
Our Leslie Picker sits down for an exclusive interview with the JP
Order
Morgan
filled.
Order filled.
CEO as he takes his bus tour.
Order
Order
filled.
filled.
Order submitted.
It might lose 600. Oh shit! It's gonna lose 600.
Order submitted.
Not looking good. Holy shit!
Years. Now you need to plan for a
Order filled.
learn ways to avoid common
I'm up 20 bucks on a pro.
someone on your side to keep you on track. For Fisher's comfortable retirement kit.
Yeah, I'm on a couple evals.
Order submitted.
13 retirement blunders.
Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
Nice. There we
Order
go.
filled.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me that money, ho.
You on track for retirement. It's a fiduciary. We do
Ooh, it bounced right at 600 on the MNQ.
Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it
I didn't even work on the 50K. I'm way behind on those.
Order submitted.
Alright, here we go. 3 minutes are near oversold now. And 15 minutes is getting there, so maybe after an hour or two, we'll start going back up.
And updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Order submitted.
Yeah.
Custom takes care of everything we need.
Gotta kill all those bulls so the bears can try to eat and die.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Is crypto going mainstream? Do not miss one technical strategist who says, take a look at ETF inflows, arguing it might be time for skeptical investors to get off the sidelines. That's on CNBC's Market Navigator segment today on Power Lunch, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Squawk on the Street returns in just a minute.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim. The award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus.
Order filled.
Robust charting and analysis tools, including
Order filled.
technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization.
Wow.
And
Order submitted.
with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly
with Schwab.
Oh, now it's nasty. We lost 600 now.
Realize you're more of a creative
Ankyo's
type
going
than a
red.
finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
You know, with that.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order
Get back to
submitted.
doing what you love. Manage and grow your business
Oof,
all in
oh,
one
it-
place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to
Yeah,
money.
on a pro now. Fuck.
Some big beats for big tech names. Meta shares hitting an all-time high this morning. The company posting 22% revenue growth, and Microsoft seeing an 18%
Order
jump in
submitted.
revenue for the quarter. The stocks are passing $4 trillion in market value. Amazon and Apple reporting next with results after the bell. Joining us now is Oppenheimer's Jason Helfstein, who covers Meta and Amazon. Jason, how about this re-rating in Meta? Talk us through how the numbers work from here.
Sure. So now there's a view that they can sustain 20%, call it potentially plus for the next 2 quarters. There's a debate for next year, is it 15 or 20? And then really that's kind of where people's heads are at, that basically they're showing they can use AI to drive higher engagement. You had
You're
the
lucky you're not
highest
trading him.
acceleration in impressions.
His bot of dip is getting killed.
They're up 11%, versus like
Yeah.
first quarter they only
Order
up 5%.
Order filled.
And it didn't, and price per ad was still up 9%. The point is now they can
Yeah.
say, look, we are using AI to get more usage and more monetization of our service.
Right, it was that ROI use case. When
Order
There we
statement,
go.
I
Fuck
guess, we
yeah.
got
Fuck
from Meta
yeah.
on that
Yeah,
front. So
give
what does
me
it do
some
to
money.
valuation after
Give
like
him
this?
money, ho. Give
Order
him
filled.
fucking money. Oh yeah, I have $34 payout. Yeah. Free lunch.
15 to 20 for 2027, and assuming expenses stay
I'll
at
be a hoe,
20%
ain't you?
or more, and then they're kind of putting like a 25
Order
plus
submitted.
27, and that's how they're getting kind
Order
of even
submitted.
870 target. But I think this sells like somewhere like,
Order canceled.
call it the 875,
Order
900,
submitted.
et cetera. And listen, I think people are trying to figure out, can this be $1,000 stock? I think to do that, you would need to probably do 20% growth next year, and then potentially have expenses that will come in below what they've implied they're going to be. So, I mean, there's definitely going to be like an acceleration of expenses, is what they're saying. The question is, do you think that they're being conservative or sandbag?
Interesting. All right, Jason, I want to move on to Amazon because we did get Microsoft as well. Azure up 39% in the quarter. They point to guidance of the cloud offering of Azure, 37% for the next quarter at Microsoft. Does that put pressure on Amazon to come up with an AWS number that shows a growth rate perhaps higher than what might have been anticipated a day ago?
Down 1,500 on my 50K, 150K TPT. The eval's getting crushed.
Order filled.
1,500. I'm kind of oversized on the long. Just 2.
Order filled.
Yeah, it's at 31. 631 where the long was.
Yeah.
Order
What are your
submitted.
expectations? You think they're going to be able to do it?
Yeah. I'm telling you, NQ moves a lot.
Question, I guess, is really, can you get enough
Yeah.
chips, and do you get your data centers up fast?
That's why NQ is so fun. Keep the crackheads alive.
Order canceled.
filled.
I think I may pay out on my funded future. I think I'm just gonna take it. Start off new month, 1 extra 1,000. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Should work on it more. Have a good buffer too. We'll see. I'm trying to get more on it. See if it drops more.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order
There we
filled.
go.
Order submitted. Order
Order
filled.
filled.
Order
Client
filled.
expectations.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Swirling about that company's AI strategy, the impact of tariffs.
Everything
And
just
later this
dropped.
year, AB
Ooh.
InBev, that is the beer giant gets hit. Its weakness overall in
Order
the beer market,
submitted.
particularly abroad.
Wow.
Stock. We'll, talk
That's
to the
new low
CEO.
day.
real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
I should have stopped. Got back in now. I'm negative 60. Yeah. My funded futures. I actually put 3 MNQ instead of 1. Now I can't even get a payout.
Get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow.
Yeah, I just wanted
Account
more.
at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could
No.
really give me long-term financial benefits.
Dude, I can't play ball. I'm old. It's been a long time.
Anytime I need it.
Oh yeah. I can do half court. Damn, look how much we dropped, dude. 400 points? Almost no, 300 points. Wow.
You can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
My pro is red too. Shit.
Sometimes you just want a human. Can we get a human over here? That's one of the great things about consumer
I'm
selling.
gonna have to down one more on my
Customer
TPT.
service is also 100% human. You don't have to talk to a bunch of
Order
robots.
submitted.
Humans
Yeah.
in America. Robots are the worst. Yeah, I think it's
Man, that bot ate good. Almost 200 points.
Unlimited lines for $30 each with Consumer Cellular.
Wednesday, August
Up
6th,
200, down
CNBC
200.
Virtual
Wow.
Small Business Playbook
Yeah,
event.
man.
Real-world insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Want that for me.
Who has live music? It's time to dance. For the best seat in the house, your living room.
I need to pump.
Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Dove Whole Body Deo. Let your body body.
Welcome back, Apple. Of course, we'll be reporting earnings. That'll be after the bell today. The stock is down double digits on the year. Of course, questions about the company's AI strategy amongst any number of other ones that investors have. Steve Kovach is at Apple headquarters in Cupertino. He's there ahead, of course, of those earnings. What do we expect?
I'm still holding my long. I think he'll punt later.
Yeah, David, we'll get to AI in a second here, but let's talk about tariffs because that is really front and center.
Hopefully get back up 600.
Look like now, last quarter, Apple told us to expect a $900 million hit because of those tariffs.
I need 86 on my pro.
Margins that, in fact, they guided a little bit of a softer number for the margins this time. But of course, during the earnings call last
86.
time, David, the question was, what does it look like for the rest of the year?
Yeah.
What does that tariff impact look like? So we're going to be really paying attention to that big whole number. If they give it to us again, is it 900 million? Is it a billion? Is it more than that? And also in the guidance, not just in the margin side, but the revenue growth side that
I
they
don't have a lot of people blowing
point
up
to.
or not.
Keep in mind, David, this is going to show at least a week or two of those new iPhone
I
sales
don't
that
really
are
see people
expecting to
blowing
come
up.
out in September. So will that be a price increase to offset some of these tariffs, or will they just eat it in the margins? That's something for everyone to pay attention to. And then on the artificial intelligence front, we just got off of these big tech peers of Apple's spending these enormous amounts of money. Microsoft on pace to spend $100 billion or more for its fiscal year in AI capex. Apple's nowhere close to that. So the question then becomes, why do they think they have everything in place now to fulfill their promise on artificial intelligence after missing that big Siri update earlier this year? They say that's coming next year, guys. So we'll see. Those are the two big questions going in, and then also paying attention to potential price increases, guys.
Is there an expectation for price increases, Steve?
Yeah, there have been some chatter about that a couple months ago. I believe the Wall Street Journal reported that's at least been one of the things kicked around. Apple hasn't, it's been several years since Apple raised prices on the base model of the phone. And of course, that would mitigate tariffs. And I'd also point out, David, Apple says this all the time when they do increase prices on the iPhone. Most people don't pay that whole number. They use a payment plan or they do monthly payments through their carriers and other trade-in deals and things like that. So even if it is a price increase, not everyone necessarily feels it when they buy a new iPhone right away. So that is just something that we can see as hints of in the guidance potentially on the call.
I mean, we've all been tracking China tariffs for Apple on production, but didn't they make a big deal about moving to India, and now India is going to face a 25% rate?
Yeah, but it's still lower than China, and that's the kind of picture they, yeah, and that was kind of the picture they tried to paint when we were here 3 months ago, Sarah, that they're going to move as many phones from India to sell in the United States.
Okay, now we
because of that lower
3 minutes is on the oversold now. But 15 minutes still got room. So maybe another pump and I'll just get out and stay out.
Thank you very much for your coverage all day.
Jeez.
After the break, live with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon in an exclusive interview once he's walked through that tunnel of love of his.
I just want to get out on the pump and stay out. 15 minutes. Yeah, 150K. That's. I think it's still if it don't. Waste some money. At least I can reset for $100. I don't want to. Hope I can get out.
Many kids' vitamins are filled with sugar.
Yeah, I have one average down at 55, 555 every hit.
Made with 15 essential vitamins and minerals. No sugar, no artificial dyes, just goodness. Get 50% off your first order.
Levis, your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data show that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. Stevens, insights that impact.
Looks like my average down. Yep, I did average down. That sucks. Oh, now I need 606 to get out. Wow. Look at that drop, man. Wow.
Morgan Stanley.
Oh. Mountain just blew his account. Apple puts his green.
To create new legacies, to transform
I only got one. What hit? Oh man, my funny future, the eval just hit DLL. That dumb. Wow.
Morgan Stanley.
No. Eval.
To get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of
Can't believe we gave up that many points. Jeez.
Explore PGIM ETFs today.
From high day was 800, like 300 something. Yeah. Watch it pumps now. Oh man, brutal.
Good Thursday morning again. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with David Faber, live from both sides of the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. A big show for you this morning. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, moments away, joining us live from North Carolina on his annual bus tour to take on yesterday's rate decision, the impact of tariffs, and much more.
We'll also have the CEOs of oil giant
Shell and
the
pump.
world's largest brewer, AB InBev. They'll be here with earnings reactions, of course. You can see shows of
Order candles.
sharply but shut up ever so slightly.
And we're watching Figma as it gets set to make its public debut right here at the New York Stock Exchange, pricing at $33
Order
a
submitted.
share. Still awaiting indications at this hour, but demand looks strong.
Yeah, and the S&P and Nasdaq hitting
But sucking pump after it blew out Mountain Mountain Trader. That sucks.
You can see it right there. 63.
It happened to you earlier, yeah.
The highs of the session so far, we've been up as much as 1.2% not long ago, sir.
I don't think it's a surprise that Meta and Microsoft and Nvidia are your top three gainers there on the Nasdaq, both with stellar earnings. And this whole capex, capital spending, it just gets revised higher from all of
Do
these
this Apex. What's lower today? 35 to 535. We had it.
commentator Mike
Order
Santoli. We were trying
submitted.
to do some math on just how much Meta and Microsoft alone,
Order
which are
canceled.
companies, are adding today.
Yeah.
About a J&J.
The highs today, yeah, about a J&J, about $500 billion at the highs. Now, they backed off a little bit.
Order
What's fascinating
submitted.
to me, it is just kind of the brute force of their cash flow generation, of their investment plans, and the market's willingness to capitalize that. That's been the whole story. Now, if they look tactically,
Look at that pump. I am green on this one. I am out. Not doing that shit again. Maybe I'll go back in more. Get lower day again.
Today it seems more of an excuse to
Wow.
kind of go back into the known winners of the Mag 7, the Mega Cap Tech Group, and the rest of the market is still trying to come to terms with macro implications of the Fed yesterday, and just a little more of just a less clear story that's going on there. What I find fascinating too is even on the economic growth front, the AI dominance is becoming very low. Just the volume of capital spending and construction activity and software purchases are moving the needle a lot.
Are you in the long, Chris?
At this point, and the non-AI economy
Yeah, that's
doing
good.
okay, but it's kind of just more of a muddle-through mode in terms of aggregate growth. So markets
I still have a couple along at 86 and 87.
Yeah, I mean, we had Lori Calcina join us earlier. Seemed to be somewhat cautious, in part because, yeah, there are 10 names, and he would focus on what you just discussed, that are trading at high multiples, but also potentially because of
Come on,
the
baby.
higher
Give us a
growth
pump.
rate.
There you go.
The market, and as we move through earnings season, not the greatest response,
No,
not the greatest number.
it's kind of a push.
You back up?
Morgan Stanley earlier this week shows that the median stock in the S&P 500 has
That
not
shit.
had earnings growth for like 2 years.
Get me out of here. I might be done touching this shit. I just want a bigger payout. Greedy.
The provisions of the budget, the tax and budget bill, have really just dropped a ton of cash to the bottom line of this company. They're going to be big beneficiaries of being able to write this stuff up. And that's like tens of billions of dollars of free cash flow for these companies. They're turning around and spending it. They're putting it into the economy. And again, I don't know how long it lasts that both the spenders and the sellers of this stuff are going to benefit the market, but for now it is.
I wanted to talk trade because the other big thing this week is this August 1st, which is tomorrow, trade deadline from
Yeah, 3 minutes on. Looks like it's flattening out, so it might start going back up in a little bit. So it might be good.
make it very hard for the U.S. to reach a trade agreement with its northern neighbor. So, I mean, it's clearly using leverage as a global peacemaker, I think. But also, does it present a risk for the market?
Well, it certainly could present a risk to the market because the market has gotten to a point where it feels as if they can sort of see the net impact and try to isolate where it's going to be applied. Now, this is based on lots of assumptions stacked upon each other, about 15% being roughly a global standard.
Order submitted.
Which companies, which industries pay it, how that gets kind of dispersed throughout the economy. There's no room for surprise there to the downside. Meanwhile, you have this theoretical court challenge to the actual, ability to make these declarations of tariffs on an emergency basis as he's been doing. So I think the market is content to sort of say, we know it's not going to be worst case scenario. We're basically punishing company by company if we feel like it's hurting their earnings. But as an overall economic story, it's not something that people feel as if it's going to, tip the economy into
I mean, if
recession.
I would have told you we are going to
That
have
80 is not going through.
tariffs on most of our major trading partners, including Europe, and the market's going to be at a record high?
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be something of a surprise. Again, if you tell
Trying.
me that the Nasdaq 100 is blasting off and the top 10 companies worth 40% of the index aren't really affected by the tariffs, that helps explain
go. Come
the
on.
story. Though, if you think about April 1st, the market was already kind of in a correction, trying to come to terms with a 10 to 15%-ish tariff. Honestly, that seemed to be where the consensus was at that moment. It was the April 2nd details on the wild numbers in the reciprocal tariffs proposal that essentially said, okay, they're trying to engineer a recession here, and they're trying to have this big kind of purge of the global trade system. And we built back from that, but I don't think 15% is far enough outside the bounds of what we thought we could absorb that it's necessarily going to, undercut the
It's not
market.
just AI, though. I mean, Tapestry, which really gets hit by some of these tariffs, is in the top 10 performers of the S&P.
No, there's idiosyncratic stuff going on all over the
GE
place.
Vernova is number 2.
Right. Well, that's
AI related almost entirely.
NRG, Energy, okay, AI related.
Damn it.
GE
Couldn't get
Aerospace.
out.
Yeah. The industrial, this is a capex-driven phase of the economic expansion. There's no doubt about it, and you're seeing that in terms of the beneficiaries. I mean, housing still held back. It's very captive to rates. A lot of the rate-sensitive names today that are warning, builder stores, all this stuff. So it feels like we have this two-tier economy and therefore market in terms of what the growth drivers are and what.
But are we back to that?
Man, I was 3 points from getting out and it dumped.
Again, and the rest of the market so
We
be it.
are in terms of relative performance right now. In terms of the the performance,
Particularly with Nvidia's move of, over 35% in a very short amount of time.
Exactly. So really, it's the 5. I mean, it sounds silly. We have to keep carving these things up. Tesla really was never part of it in terms of being one of these effortlessly profitable monster names, but the stock acted the way it did. What's really interesting is the correlation among the Mag 7 is actually down a lot too, because Apple's kind of lagged and Tesla has sat this pace.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, thanks, Mike. Let's now get out to North Carolina. Leslie Picker, you've seen her. She's got that special guest. I bet you know who it is. Leslie.
Average down one more at 20.
Order submitted. Thank you, Jamie. We are here at the 1,000th branch opening.
Order
You all
submitted.
announced your expansion plans back in 2018. Why is it important for you to be here in Charlotte for this opening today?
So first of all, thrilled to be here. I want to say hi to your dad, Scott, because I met him last time we did this in Kansas City. And, we've been opening branches since 2018. We're now in 48 states. Charlotte obviously home to some other very large banks who Dave and Bill have mentioned. But getting out on the road, meeting your clients, thanking your new branch managers. She's already won an award, the woman here, Jennifer. You learn a lot on the bus trips from clients, from customers, from employees to make you better. Every neighborhood's different. Every city's different. Every city's got different things that's growing and expanding. So it's great to get out. It's great to be expanded.
What have you learned from the bus trip so far? You've been mostly through the South, meeting with clients and companies and speaking with a lot of people. How are they weathering all of the different factors in the economy, whether it's the tax cuts or tariffs or immigration?
I think that, this weather's a good word. They're weathering it. Most people they're kind of moving on and trying to figure it out. Some, obviously, it affects more than others. Some is positive, some is negative. But it's always uplifting. I went to visit a military company and, make stuff for the United States military, and I bleed the American flag. But it is in Huntsville, and you can see just the technology that's in that area that grows over time. And so one of the things of this trip is kind of a little bit different is how come certain communities are doing much better than others? And we're going to try to look like best practices. Is the local chamber, is local business folks, the local CEOs. I mentioned before the book James Fallows, where Greenville was talking about the river, the river walk was built. And, it works. Local democracy works, and we learn a lot, and hopefully we'll disseminate best practices of that too.
There are a variety of reports this morning saying that you have met with President Trump several times over the past few months. What initiated those conversations?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get specific things, but I think it's my job and other people's jobs to help make the country better. And so you should help anyone who has ideas, and want to talk to you. And so when we reach out to the administration all the time, they reach out all the time. I think it's a very good thing. In fact, one of the great lessons anywhere, no matter where you are, the collaboration works and fighting does not. And that collaboration has to be
Damn, new load is coming.
business, civic society.
And so all these towns that are just in, they do a pretty good job at that. And so we appreciate the fact that the administration is reaching out all the time.
According to the reports, one of the topics of
Order
conversation is
submitted.
and what the Fed should be doing
Wow.
with interest rates. And just this morning, President Trump
Yeah.
reiterated his attacks on Fed Chair Powell, calling him, quote, too angry, too stupid.
Damn, I just got out earlier. It's down only a couple points.
What do you think is the impact of this type of
Order
Order
filled.
filled.
And the average down.
Never say they want high interest rates. And
Order
I'm not gonna
filled.
use all that language,
Order
but,
canceled.
I think Jay Powell's professional. I think independence is important.
Has to be the last day, huh?
Order filled.
Look through the history of interest rates a little bit, and just
I blew that 150
Order
eval. Man,
should be
Order canceled.
that's
Fed chair in like 8 months from now. So I think they're kind of doing the right thing. The economy's, it's been chugging along. We've been in that soft landing now for 4 or 5 years.
Order filled.
Inflation still hasn't hit 2%.
Order
We have
canceled.
2.7 now we look at it. And I think, if inflation comes down.
I need 535 to get out.
Shortly.
Are you worried, as Fed Chair Powell mentioned yesterday, that
Wow.
the lagging effects of tariffs have yet to really
Order
fully play
submitted.
out, that we could still see an inflation spike from here?
I think when you look at, first of all, there are a lot of forces that work in the economy, and tariffs are one of them. The remilitarization of the world, the fiscal deficits, the demographic.
Order submitted.
All those things are going to drive various things, and they may drive slightly higher inflation, but you really want more growth. That is far more important than whether inflation ticks up or down a little bit. So, and then tariffs themselves, they've been greatly moderated. People can, I think, kind of deal with the 15%.
Order
kind of
submitted.
number. In a lot of cases, these are agreements in principle. The 15% relate to half of the imports, not 100%. And I think our imports around $4 trillion, goods imports. So it's on average 7 or 8%. You're talking $300 billion a year, on a $30 trillion economy. So that might have some effect. And it's also quite clear some is being passed on and some is not. And we just don't know yet. And you may see more effect down the road. We'll have to wait and see.
But it sounds like you're a little less concerned than maybe you were in your annual letter, where you said that, tariffs can be inflationary just based on the deals that you've seen so far.
Yeah, because the wars are still not getting worse. I think that's important. I think we have a tax bill that created a very stable tax environment, which is internationally competitive. So I think it's really important that people should understand if the United States has a non-internationally competitive tax system, it will be bad for the people of the United States. And believe it or not, particularly lower income people. And that's what people completely miss sometimes. And so, and then we started tariffs. We didn't know what they're going to be, and now we kind of know, and they're more moderate and thoughtful, and more carefully done. And hopefully they'll help some companies export. Maybe some people move manufacturing back here. So so far so good.
Speaking of the tax and spending plan that was just passed, were you surprised that the bond vigilantes didn't react so much to the prospect of a widening deficit? Do you think that's something that we could see still at risk down the road?
No, because
we don't lose 500. That's gonna be
our
toast.
deficit is $2 trillion. And you guys focused on the fact that it's going to add $2.5 to $3 trillion, and obviously there'll be some.
Yeah, maybe.
It's going to go from $30 trillion of debt to $50 trillion in 10 years. It's not the $3 trillion that matters. It's the extraordinary additions you added each year. And so I'm happy we have the tax bill in place. The tax side, your R&D expenses, your physical equipment expenses and stuff like that. But now
Order submitted.
Deficit. We can't have 6.5% or 7% deficits forever. We may have time. I've been quite clear. We don't know what this is. Not I'm talking about next year, but there will be effects, and we should attack it. We can be far more efficient. There are far too many tax breaks that should be gotten rid of. We can do multi-year budgeting. We can probably collect more taxes.
Ooh.
I think we can fix it.
I'm up 25% on Apple Put. I am taking my money.
Like the role of the things that we need to do to make sure we have responsible fiscal
There we
policy.
go.
Line by line budgeting.
Line by line.
In a recent podcast, you spoke about asset prices being pretty high, and we've seen the return of meme
Oh wow, we might
meme
lose 500.
stocks and
Holy
SPACs
shit.
and all of these other elements to the market.
Hit
right now. Do you think
501. It's gonna
risk
go.
appetite
Yep.
is too high?
There she goes. Yeah, I'm back holding big time. 535, 520, and then my pro is 564. I had to average down. Nasty. And I blew my 150 EPT eval I just got today.
Maybe which leads to higher prices
Holy shit, that's nasty.
Obviously, when prices are high and credit spreads low, you have a longer way to fall. So yeah, I'm a little cautious about the the value of those things. If we have a soft landing, it goes on for 3 or 4 more years, and we grow into it, then it'll be fine. But things also go bad sometimes, and so we'll see. I'm always more comfortable when prices are here than when prices are here. This is just my nature.
Yeah, you're managing risk on a daily basis. So what do you see the role of AI playing into all this? Do you think this ultimately gives the economy the productivity boost that everybody is hoping for? Or are you worried that there's some job displacement and some reorganization that could be, in a way, harmful to the economy?
I think people have to be very careful in this one. Okay, technology has been great for mankind. We used to have 40 million people working on farms.
Order
now it's like
submitted.
1.5 million.
Try another
If you want
count
to
to
get
go
rid of
long.
tractors and
That's
fertilizer,
can't
we
short
have to put
now.
40 million people back in
Holy
farms.
shit.
Mankind would not be better off. Technology has driven all the things we have, and including longer life, starting to cure cancer, all came from technology. And AI is another technology. It's happening quickly. It's going to roll out faster than internet and electricity, because those things took a long time to put fiber cables in and electric wires and things like that.
Order
It's
submitted.
really productive. And I
Order
think it will add
submitted.
productivity.
Order
I think we have to be a
canceled.
little cautious.
That was
So
quick.
with the internet, but we don't really know how. It's hard to calculate that. So technology is kind of like cosmological constant of
That's
improving
a
productivity.
huge
I don't
drop
think
if
it's
it
right
hits
away,
that.
but right now we'd be spending more money. You see it everywhere. We need more electricity, more data
Yeah.
centers, and
It's
and
telling me
AI is gonna
389 is the
improve
next stop.
isn't
If
it?
we need a
Eventually,
reverse at
yes, it will drive
389, that's a long
productivity,
drop.
issue. You'll do research using it. It'll make your job more efficient. It will eliminate certain jobs like old technologies did, but those will be replaced by other jobs, hopefully over time. It will be used by bad guys, whether you like it or not. So you're not going to stop that, but bad guys use planes and
What?
pharmaceuticals.
Facebook's still up 10%, but NQ is dumping. Yeah. Facebook up 11%. Microsoft's still up, but NQ is dying. That's weird.
So let's just, it will help mankind. If it happens too quickly, and that, therefore somehow, it leads to a huge job loss in a short time period, we, government and business, should work together, to get rid of that effect by retraining, reskilling, relocating, income assistance, and which is doable. We do it inside our own company. We constantly redeploy people. When jobs are changing, we constantly give them new skills to go do another job.
Do you think that ultimately is driven by some sort of a downturn that requires companies to be more efficient? Or do you think it's something where the technology gets to the point where CEOs such as yourself say, we have an opportunity to be more efficient and take it upon themselves to really become leaner?
Yeah, I think most CEOs are constantly trying to do that. Obviously when you're under
There we
pressure,
go. Come on.
people find better ways to do it, maybe a little more, they do a little bit faster, but I think companies are trying to do that all the time. The efficiency and productivity of American business is extraordinary. And I remember years ago, people saying you'll never have more efficiency on the farms. 1.5% every year. Almost every single year since people said that. And it's from better fertilizers, it's from satellites telling you exactly where the water needs to be, it's from better farming techniques, it's from better refrigeration techniques, it's from better farm equipment. Every year, 1.5%. So American business does a very good job at enhancing productivity.
It's only 10. Gee.
Not in a straight line. It goes in kind of waves of some sort.
Probably follow some of the cyclical patterns that you see. You all just announced plans to expand research coverage to private companies, beginning with OpenAI. And I know you and I have talked about this idea of kind of the disappearing public companies that are out there. It's something you've talked about a lot in your annual letters as an issue of key concern. How should we be thinking about just the public versus the private markets, both from an ability to kind of increase the number of public companies as well as from a regulatory standpoint to make sure that there's a level playing field?
Yeah, so two really different things. So we're doing research on private companies and private industries. So we start with AI, we may have some others, there might be batteries, there might be defense companies. There's nothing wrong with private companies and private investment and private capital and
Yeah,
private
she's
innovation.
trying now.
The other issue is that we've gone from 8,000 public companies to 4,000. I've mentioned this over the years. We're driving companies out of the public markets. I don't think that's a good idea. And if you look at why, we try to analyze it. It's litigation. It's the cost of filing. It's the cookie cutter governance
Order
that gets
fill.
applied. It's
Ooh, got out.
It's all these things which
I need to get out a couple
driving
more.
companies out of the public markets, and I don't think that's a great idea. I think we need more vibrant public markets.
I'm gonna
There are
go
some
in again at
around the
lower
world that
day.
are taking smaller
Every
companies
hit.
public, which also gives people a chance to invest in them. And, so I think it's good that regulators are going to be looking at what caused this. I also think every now and then regulation.
I blew my 150K eval.
Some of these things are just look.
With 3, yeah, I blew it. I dropped, flushed it out. Alright, I'll reset it tomorrow. Oh, no, I'll reset it Monday. I don't want to do it tomorrow.
The deregulation and supervision reform.
Yeah.
and everything that
Went down to 483. That was really nasty. I would have blown a lot more if I didn't size correctly.
We have crippling rules in place. And you go to Europe, if you guys want to go to Europe and see what they did to their own innovation, their own growth, their own hiring, and all those things counter what people think.
Yeah, the eval blown today.
So, the people who say regulation, of course we want good regulation. We want health.
Yeah, you think it's dropped 250 points, it will start going up, but nope.
But every now and then you should step back and say, let's look at the big picture. I think they're looking at it, they're looking at it aggressively, but they should all step back and say, what is it we did? What worked? What didn't work? What do we want the outcome to be? I personally think that, to just take banks, for example, you can make them safer. Silicon Valley Bank didn't have to happen. First Republic didn't have to happen. And it wasn't about capital. It was about interest rate exposure and a bunch of other more esoteric type of things. I think we can make the system better, safer, cheaper. I think we can make more mortgages. We can make more mortgages in low-income housing, which would, start growing single-family homes again. And we don't. We just do. We just add rules and regulations. It's just like barnacles in a boat. And then we're surprised that, we're growing at 1.7% or 1.8%. Everybody's complaining that you can't get permits to get a CO, certificate of occupancy, can take you 3 years. And that's politics, bureaucracy, small forms of graft. We should fix these things. America used to be the can-do nation, and now we're I call it blue tape. The Democrats seem to love regulations. People have to step back and say, what is it you want? What did it actually achieve? What did it actually accomplish? And I'm gratified to look at that, and I hope they make a lot of changes. And we want banks to be safer, not less safe. And the only way you do that is have conversations. We've given them a million ways that we think you can make banks.
Let me see, 3 minutes way and over, so 15 minutes, yeah, way. Let me show you. 15 minutes still is near the bottom, but it still has room.
Very good supervisory rating going into
And the new interest rate exposure. Right? Why would they
Nah, I don't think you should touch anybody.
bad accounting? Why would they allow that?
Don't mess up your thing, because remember, I'm at a payout, and look at me, I'm red now. I can't even get a payout on my funded futures, and I'm one of my pros, so yeah.
Good supervision, good management.
300. One, 500 on the other one. The 50K is 500. And 25. Yeah, on the 50K, and then 380 on the 25K. I didn't touch the other 25K. I left the $13 profit. I might touch if we go low today. Yeah, but it's in the bottom.
Big company, small, we will offer you traditional bank lending or direct lending. There are pros and cons of direct lending for you. Like different covenants, can be done quicker.
I don't understand the drop though, because Facebook's up 12%, Microsoft's still up 5%.
The pros and cons give you choices, and that's why we announced the $50 billion.
But
we're not going to do bad credit. If we think it's, we're not going to stretch to do stuff we think is dumb. We didn't do it in 07, 08.
I don't know why we dropped. Huh, the 4 hours? No, let me see.
And so I'm not against private credit. I do think there are issues in it, that will rear themselves one day. I would say there are issues in credit in general that rear themselves one day.
No, the 4 hour has.
When people provide
Yeah, it's near the overbought last night. Yeah. And it dipped. Let's see.
The direct lenders have done a really good job building a business that clients like because it's fast.
But it's going back up. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
It's single borrower, single lender, kind of. It's all being syndicated now. I think they're all coming closer together too, by the way. So over time, you see kind of merging the two.
Fascinating. Speaking of merging, we've seen lately a merging of kind of crypto and JP Morgan and traditional finance in recent months, whether it's the Coinbase partnership that you announced yesterday, where Chase customers can use credit cards to fund Coinbase accounts, or Investor Day, where you said clients can buy Bitcoin, although you cautioned against it, or the stablecoin like token JPMD. How prevalent do you see crypto in traditional finance, and do you foresee risks as these two worlds do become more intertwined?
Oof, we might drop to new lower day coming up.
They haven't written all the laws yet. Like, think of the rules around it. Like, BSA, KYC, exposures, and when they say stable coin, which we're going to have, not against stable coins, like a mutual fund. Mutual funds have rules. What are the rules going to be around stable coins? And I think there are really, so I'm a believer in stable coin, believer in blockchain, not personally a believer in Bitcoin itself. But you're the customer. I don't like to tell customers what they can and can't do with their money. That's
Yeah, I didn't touch my Apex.
So we're going to accommodate those things.
Got day one done. I think need 7 more days of flipping $50 and I can cash out 3,500. Yeah, sounds good. 7. Cause they paid me out late, so I just got the payout yesterday and I just started today. What do you want, Ho?
$10 trillion a day, quite effectively, efficiently, safely, with all the cyber protection stuff like that. But if I'm going to send you a
No, I'm stuck in a long, so I can't even cash out anymore.
But there are things that stablecoin maybe could do that traditional cash can't. It's programmable. I might be able to send a stablecoin that you can send it to 10 different vendors on a regular basis or something like that. So
I use the eval to take the bleed, and then I go in with the funded. Let the eval die. What's that?
New York City, because you all are building.
Oh, TPT, yeah. You didn't get it tonight or tomorrow before, so you get the refund. They said this week. I don't know. They said this week, so I will just get it tonight, later today, so you don't.
It really feels like this pivotal
Yeah.
time in the city, and I'm just curious, how do you think about that? Whether it's
I don't know if you reset and you get a payout, do you still get a refund on a reset and the eval you purchase? I'm not gonna ask them. Later, buddy. Yeah, that market is boring. I think I might cut the stream too. Yeah, I won't. Pump it, baby.
They have universities and arts and river walks, and so if I was running the city, I would say it's got to be competitive.
Uh-oh, I'm about to get out.
You have a divine right to success, no matter what the past tells you about something like that. And that's true for New York. When they look at crime and schools.
Now, some people watch the stream where there's no freebies given out. Bunch of users.
But I'm not going to change all of our strategies.
Yeah, I just want to keep the streak going. Yeah. I still need the hours to get in. It's going slow this week, but next week should be good when I get freebies.
Businesses and good jobs. It's about all those things that make it a great city. It's not about your ideology.
Oh, me too. Fuck. There we go. Save my account, baby. I'm out. Fuck off.
That's not a great idea.
Order bill.
Fuck off. Oof. I should not touch anymore. I need to get out these TPT Pro. I need 64 to get out.
Same as we kind of started with President Trump as well. All right, Jamie Dimon, thank you very much for being here live from Charlotte. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
I hope.
Leslie, thank you for bringing us that interview. Of course, Jamie, always worth listening to on so many different subjects. Whether he did indicate, Mike, risk perhaps getting a little higher in his opinion in terms of the equity markets. When Leslie brought up SPACs or meme stocks, doesn't appear overly concerned. Sort of on the optimistic side in terms of the societal impact of AI. I would argue in terms of talking about technology, the way many of those who are optimistic about it do. Dereg. And the like, and long-term deficits, of course, a continued concern for him.
Trump was totally different. There was no hurricane, there were no storm clouds, there was no debt crisis, there was no private credit financial crisis. I mean, he's worried about all these things in the last few years, and he did not sound as worried about them today.
Yeah, a succession of things where, well, there's always risks inherent in investing in crypto or in credit or in anything that is, worth attempting and maybe have a reward later.
Come on, get me out of here.
You can't kind of fight the way
the way society's going with all that.
Are you in a position, Chris?
Solve the problem of having banks hold more capital is not some magic thing. I get that, but what's fascinating to me, it has been for years, is that in this environment where banks are more heavily regulated, JP Morgan's advantage has only widened because they always were the better capitalized, and now they're getting very much a premium valuation because they're seen as
If it goes low a day, I will go all in long.
That's how you get to an $25 billion market cap, which is, again, to your point, more than double the anybody even close. Bank of America, $350 billion market cap. So yeah, the
I also, if I do get out, I'll just request my little payout on my funny futures. I'm not trying to risk that. If I get out, if I can get a payout, I think I'm missing 2 days. I'm not sure. Come on, let's go. Want some good news for tariff. Pump this shit, Trump, you little bitch.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and the two leaders agreed that for the next 90 days, they are keeping trade at a status quo between the U.S. and Mexico. They're keeping the exact same deal. So that means Mexico will continue to pay a 25% tariff on its exports to the U.S. due to fentanyl, although a White House official did confirm to me that that tariff will continue to hold exemptions for USMCA compliant goods. There's also the sectoral tariffs that remain, 25% on cars, 50% on metals, including steel, aluminum, and copper. So everything holds firm while these two sides continue to negotiate for the next 90 days. And Sarah, this is a real good sign for stability in the markets and for businesses, as Mexico, of course, is the U.S.'s largest trading partner. They have been threatening, the president had been threatening to raise that 25% tariff to 30%. Now we know it will hold that 25% and the exemptions will
Come on, baby.
at least for the
Get
next
me out. I won't touch him. I'll log off. I'll do something else. Just get me out of here. Get me out. I can smell it. Can you smell the paycheck coming in? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I think Cat Daddy Blue.
Canada is now the biggest U.S. trading partner out there without some sort of
Yeah, he's a good dude. Cat Dad's like one of the best dudes I've met online. Better than you.
for something like 50 or 60 countries.
you Megan Cassell, obviously monitoring all things trade.
You know he's the one that told me about that little rat, right?
We're waiting for Hickman's first trade.
Yeah.
You can see the
Yeah.
indications.
Oh, fuck that kid.
Priced at 33. So not bad. 65 to 70.
No, fuck him.
At least where we are right
Trying to
now.
pretend like he didn't do anything. He didn't know what's going on. I hate those type of people.
65, 70 first.
Help him out and talk shit about you. Calling you cheap. Motherfucker gave out so much shit and called me cheap. Yeah, for shit he's doing on ChatGPT. Yeah. He was ripping off the other influencer, charging, getting 500 a month. Crazy. Oh, did I tell you I saw my Apple puts for 30%? Yeah, I've been doing those 30, 40%. I don't know, because I don't like options anymore. Oh, dang. Yeah. Kareem passed the ETF. Yeah. No drama too, you know what I mean? But yeah, you do win the $250, you know, buy me Chipotle. Yeah. Chipotle me. Oh damn, he blew my funded shit.
Connection lost.
Yeah, keep pumping.
Proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
Treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects
Are you getting paid on TikTok?
urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
Apply for it. Yeah. You gotta apply, dude. Oh, hold on. Let me get out. Let me get out. Come on, let me get out. I won't touch shit anymore.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
Oof, what a pump. It's like 100 points. Come on. Don't stop yet, bitch. I know. Save my ass. Come on. Lost 2 evals. That's okay. They need to protect my funding. Come on. Don't be a little bitch. Damn it. Back down. God, I'm gonna still hold on to it. Oh, don't go back up. Okay, Cat Daddy didn't blow. He's green.
Something truly original is it?
Twitter. Yeah, I think most of the people on Twitter.
Joke when you have to explain it.
And I was helping people, I think last year. I told like my Christmas thing, I posted I want to help people out. So I started a new Discord and everything. And then we booted all the bad people you didn't like. Pie. Yeah. Oh no, swing. Too toxic. Too racist. Yeah. like true Asians. Okay, I got out. I got out my pro. I'm green. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, I can't request a payout yet. Fuck. I need a couple more hundred, couple more dollars. Going back in long. Come on, don't fuck me. Damn it.
Strong operations. I mean, we've been in the midst of this transformation of Shell for over two years now. And we're really building momentum, actually faster than maybe I had anticipated when we kicked this off. Our structural costs are coming down significantly. We're down by close to $4 billion since 2020.
Yo, NQ, yeah, everything's good there now.
$7 billion reduction by 2028. We're seeing significant progress on our portfolio high grading. We recently divested a major asset in Singapore, another one onshore Nigeria. One, we have brought big new projects on like LNG Canada, which is going to be
Okay, I think I can get a payout.
Momentum is building, and on the back of that, we are able to sort of see a trajectory to grow our free cash flow per share by 10% through to 2030 on a CAGR basis. And so real momentum. I'm excited by what we're seeing in the company, and that's allowing us to distribute, as you said, $3+ billion for the last 15 quarters now.
No, I mean, your cleanup and turnaround continues clearly to talk stuff as well. But you also talked in the call about
Oh shit.
Order filled.
All my I'm all green. Woo.
Prices at the moment, softer gas prices compared to Q1, significant headwinds in chemicals, and so what we are trying to do
I am not touching no more.
Control, and a lot of what we can control are those internal levers I talked about. And a lot of that trajectory that I've mentioned, the free cash flow per share trajectory, is actually in our own control. More than half of it is coming from buybacks, and the rest of it is transforming some of our businesses including, for example, our
So,
marketing business, where we've had the best
I need to
ever
keep calling you
growth
NQ.
since Q2
So on the
because they
ETF, when
now
you
have
get
known
funded, you
and
just
given
make
us that
$200 to $900 a
that
day.
uncertainty
After 8 days, if you're over 3,000, you can request a payout. Minimum 250, so you need to make $3,250 because 3,000 is your buffer.
Keep a healthy balance sheet. We have one of the strongest balance sheets in the sector at the moment, while making sure that we are taking advantage of the opportunity
It's
to
cheap.
allocate
It's
capital
really cheap.
to
It's
value
worth the
accretive
risk of
options as and when
$26,
they
dude.
emerge.
Cannot say no on that. I'm trying to get everybody to buy. I was buying it for people too, just to get the $200.
VP, but you know,
But I'm
they
not
keep
buying it for
looking
you.
at
You got money.
investors are looking for potential larger scale M&A from you.
I'm talking to QT.
Different regulatory backdrop.
I was trying to get him to buy it because it's so cheap.
I recognize the context of quite a bit of M&A in our sector. The challenge we have, Sarah, is that, or the opportunity, maybe I should say, that we have is that we continue to see a significantly attractive yield in our own shares. And so every single decision we're having to compare is, what does it look like against buying back Shell shares? And when you have a double-digit free cash flow yield, with of course an asymmetric recognition of the improvement journey that we are on, we are deferring more and more to make sure that we continue to lean into the buybacks. Will we continue to look at acquisition opportunities? Of course, we will look at opportunities.
$50, yeah. Basically, it's better than playing a slot machine.
At this point in the cycle, it's not particularly cheap yet, and so we are going to look at long-term life cycle value creation through any acquisition that we make.
What is the forward narrative here for you as far as growth at a time where, you know, obviously we still need oil and production, but as that dwindles.
It's not even trying to get the payout. Just get the $250 win from the CEO. There's not that many people that's gonna be using it. The Bugatti, you know, just mostly our community. So you have a good chance of winning.
That is first and foremost anchored on becoming the leading energy player in the world. Today, we are one of the largest amongst the international energy companies, and we are growing that by 4 to 5% every single year between now and 2030. So I strongly believe in the future of LNG. I mean, here is a fuel that is versatile. We're able to get it all around the world to meet the needs as they emerge. It's a fuel that is able to go into power, into the industrial sector. It's a fuel that actually partners up with renewables to be able to provide steady energy for 24/7 service to our customers. And so that is a big part of our narrative. Then another big part of our narrative is marketing. We are one of the largest energy marketers in the world, and we will continue to look
I
to
think
grow
I got
that.
1, 2, maybe 3 payouts today.
US with some
But I'm gonna wait till August so I can put it into my book for August earnings. July was
We
good.
continue to have the leading position in the sector. So you put all that together, underpinned with sustained
Yeah,
liquids
you
production,
spent
I think we have a
maybe
very
one
compelling,
eval.
exciting investment thesis ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll get you a free 25K next tomorrow. Don't say I don't do shit for you, okay? You want 150? Alright, give me a week. I gotta kiss some ass to them. I'll get you the 150. I'm not joking, I'll get it for you. You want it, right? You know with the 150, you get 60 days to pass, right? You can take your time, 60 days.
Potential double if and when we get the open. Given that disparity still, it may be a bit.
But why? You have 60 days, take your time. It's free.
Company, by the way, Sir, just important to point out, first quarter revenue, $228 million. So it gives you a sense of the run rate. That was up 46%. Obviously, a one-time acquisition.
Dude, imagine you have two 150 Pro. You'd be getting $1,000 payout every day for the last 3 weeks. You know what I mean? That'd be like, well, no, but the way you trade, you can get it done. You'll be up like 15K already. You still do good though. You make more than what normal people make. Working at Walmart or Kroger and stuff, you know. Even my mother-in-law make less than what you make trading. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because a lot of people did bad this month, last month, and in May. The last 3 months been brutal for people. Yeah. May was my worst one. That's the only month that went negative. Yeah. January was the best one. I think I was up like 30K. Yeah. Some people are good with that. Like Mugo is good with the 150, but anything else, easy blow.
I think we deliver results in line or above with consensus across most of the financial metrics.
Yeah, I want a big fat check because a what is it? The BFF one is making 200K already payout.
Pleased with the results that we delivered during the first half of the year. However, volumes were down. So two markets specifically, weakness in China, softness in Brazil, and we talked about this as we talked through the quarter, and we continue to be optimistic with our outlook for the year.
What were the reasons behind the weakness in China and Brazil?
Some people make like 20K payout, but they spend like 30K. So it doesn't matter, you know what I mean?
Still improving, but still negative.
Like some dude flexing like I think 30-something K payout and then DM me on Twitter, hey, can I have some freebie? I've been doing bad. I don't have any money. It's like, what? I'm not giving you shit. You're getting payouts, man. I got people that don't have payouts. They need a freebie. What the fuck are you DMing me?
Brazil is an industry that's doing very well.
Those are just gamblers.
Looks very good. During this quarter specifically, there was a very typical abnormal weather in Brazil, very cold. Brazil is a large country.
What's his name? Been MIA for a while. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Oh, was he? I'm posting about Apex, but I don't know.
How is the U.S. looking?
The U.S. had a great quarter, one of the best
quarters. Yeah, if I make 60K payout, I'm going on vacation.
Our market share continues to accelerate. So
I was gonna go to Japan, but now it's flooded, so I can't even go to Japan now. No Japan. I'm supposed to go to Thailand, but no Thailand because of fucking Cambodia. Thailand and Cambodia are fighting. No, I can't go to Japan, dude. I saw the video on Instagram. That shit is flooded. Yeah, I'm staying in the USA. I don't care. I'm not going yet. I can't swim. I'll die.
So our prices tend to grow with inflation. So with the price.
I mean, I guess Korea might be good because there's no drama in Korea.
What is really changing is the performance of our
go to Korea, get eyelid surgery.
That we've been making our brands and how we are supporting these brands with great platforms such as NBA, NFL, FIFA Clubs World Cup. So we are really, really investing hard to grow those brands.
So to the extent that you've been able to have some sort of a turnaround in the U.S. market, we just been talking about Brazil and China. Do you believe you can do a similar playbook there, or do you think that there are just a lot of beer drinkers who are gone? You know, they're no longer going to drink beer.
Now, that's a great question. We have a global business with operations in over 50 countries. We sell beer.
If we drop more, I'm going to long. If we drop more. I think the bottom might be in now.
To navigate all the operating environment that's very dynamic today, delivering the type of financials that we deliver. Growing EPS 17%. In constant currency, 8% in dollars. EBITDA growing 6.5, 15 quarters in a row.
Oh yeah, I saw that green card guy. Yeah, it wasn't he like? Yeah, it's bad.
So US doing very well. As a matter of fact, developing countries. This quarter, Canada, US, the whole of Europe, very positive results. China, longer term issue that we are working very hard to turn around. Brazil is more a one-off in the quarter. We see Brazil recovering in the remainder part of the year.
But I think part of what David is referring to is there is this narrative, and we've seen it in the numbers, that people aren't drinking beer as much as they were, and that the category has been in a structural decline for health reasons, for taste reasons. How do you navigate that, and how bad is it?
So the main point for us is to be very close to consumers and not only observing all these trends that we see out there, but also innovating to deliver value and alternatives to consumers.
Oh, I forgot to touch my trade aid funding. I'm so stupid.
7
and volumes growing more than 2/3 of them. As a matter of fact, if you look to the consolidator for business, ex-China and Brazil, volumes grew 0.7%. Volumes. Revenues.
But here in the U.S., I mean, I think I'm looking at beer scanner data. Nielsen showed a 12-week volume decline of 4.1%
Well, there you go.
for July 4th here in the U.S. I mean,
That's kind of
just beer
stupid.
drinking holiday. That
No, it's okay though. The flights are cheaper though on Sunday than
Because
Saturday.
again, we keep tracking all these trends, and you have several puts and takes there, right?
Let me know if it's dead or not on the weekdays.
Economic impact, our ability to innovate, and how our portfolio has been performing. Let me give you a very similar example to that. Europe is a very well-developed market, and Europe has been for a couple of years with the industry under pressure. This year, I spent a lot of time in Europe this quarter, but weather was good. Was bad last year, good this year. Consumer purchase power has been recovering in Europe. Europe was heavily hit by energy costs in the last 2 years, so consumers now are getting better shape. The industry grew this quarter, not only revenues, but also volume. Our portfolio outperformed the industry, and beer is gaining what we call share of throat. So versus the other categories, wine and spirits, beer is advanced.
Share of throat.
More occasions, more consumption occasions, because beer is very flexible to innovate. Think about non-alcohol beer.
Well, I was going to ask you about non-alcohol. Like, how big of a part of your portfolio is it?
It's like 1% of our portfolio, but it's growing 33% this quarter, over 30% this year. And this is unlocking new occasions and new consumers, like 2/3 of the volume comes from either new consumers to the category or new occasions for current beer consumers. So beer over the years has been evolving. So from low alcohol, flavor beer, non-alcohol, and we have a set of offers as well in ready to drink spirits beverage. In the US, we have our brands growing double digits. Brands like Cutwater, Neutral, are leading the growth in the spirits industry over the last 2 quarters already.
Even among young people?
Yes, legal drinking age people. We have propositions for that.
Legal age, of course.
Legal drinking age. So think about Busch Light Apple. So this is a flavored beer. Huge consumer demand for us to relaunch because it was out of the market for 3 years. As this brand turned into the number 3 growth
Yeah, I
brand
think we're
for
just
the
gonna chop all day now.
number 1 innovation, the purchase of 21 to 24 consumers.
It'd be funny if ER is good and Apple Moon and NQ all-time high again.
Legal drinking age consumers 21 to 24.
Apple flavor, I guess, is the way to capture throat share. Thank you, Michelle.
So they gave me a refund on Apex, and so that one PA that I got extra now is just sitting at the eval pass. I have to pay monthly on it until I blow one of my PA to get 20 again.
Stay with us.
Apex my last trade for now. One more flush and we're gonna go long again.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
You think we'll get over 600? I don't know. We might.
Can't help but wonder if they'd be okay without me.
We still need to get life insurance through ethos. It's a smart financial move that helps protect their future.
I'll get coverage now.
Yeah, it's been slow all week, dude. I've been trying to get graphics out and it's taking so long.
Turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start
Yeah,
your free
well, $20 too cheap. They need to increase the price. I will pay $50 a month for it.
Higher returns are cost effective and could actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend. And it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week deal? I like fishing. Or is this?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut up my stream. It's slow now. Alright, guys. Have a great day. Bye.